members, members of the public. As you are aware, graduation. Can you hear me now? Okay. As you're aware, the graduation season is officially ending in Providence, and it remains one of the most powerful reminders for the way that we do work here and why we do the work. Across our ceremonies at the Veterans Memorial Auditorium, Rhode Island College, and PCTA, we were witnessing meaningful celebrations with resilience, academic achievement, and the community support. These events honor the dedication of our students, the sacrifices that our families make, and the tireless work of our educators and staff. I want to thank all our teachers and staff and our school board members for their attendance at the graduation, and most importantly, our graduates. Let's give them a big round of applause. This year, our four-year graduation rate is 79.4%. That is a 2.6 percentage point increase from last year and the highest it has ever been in decades. In 2019, when the state went on the intervention began, the graduation rate was at 73.6%. In 2007, it was only 58.3%. The progress that we've made is significant. It demonstrates that the students are persevering and that our schools are doing more, supporting them every day, each and every way until they graduate. If you do not know, this is important, 5 out of the 10 high schools with the largest graduation rate increase in Rhode Island this year, 5 of them out of 10 was right here in Providence. Can we give ourselves a big round of applause? Juanita Sanchez Educational Complex led the state year over year with a growth of 13-point increase. That's huge. That school is one of our 5 redesigned schools, focused on life sciences and hands-on learning. It is clear evidence that our redesigned work is not just a concept, it's delivering results and students and their families. We're proud to share that this year, 95 graduating seniors received the Graphic Scholarship Loan Award, which is $1,100 each, totaling $105,000 to support post-secondary education. These awards were sent to students from 9 different schools in Providence, including Central High School had 24 awards, Mount Pleasant 22, times 2, 13, JSEC 10, EQ 7, PCTA 6, Classical 4, Hope 3, and Alvarez 3. That's huge. Our students are also being recognized for academics and multilingual experiences. 128 students earned the Silver Seal of Biliteracy, and 93 earned the Gold Seal of Biliteracy, highlighting that mastery is more than one language and readiness in global workforce. In addition, 312 students received the Rhode Island Commissioner's Seal, which certified that they are demonstrating strong academic proficiency in English language arts and in mathematics. 306 graduates also earned pathway endorsements. While we are proud of our seniors, we also need to be reminding the families that school is still in session. I know that tomorrow's Juneteenth, but we still have 2 days left of school. And it's extremely important that Friday and Monday, students come in, attendance counts, attendance matters, please show up. Because, we have some students who may be very close to chronic absenteeism, or we want to make sure that this continues to help students as we move forward through the summer and also help them when we return back to school next year. So please make sure we continue to do that work. I also want to acknowledge the new contract agreement reached with the Providence Teachers Union. This is a major step forward for the district. It's been much needed and bringing stability, providing fair compensation to our educators, and includes strong support to help the teachers meet the needs of our students. As we close the school year and gather for the final school board meeting this year, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for your partnership, The work that we do together, making tough decisions, accountability, and shared vision has made a real difference. I look forward to continue collaborating with each and every one of you as we move forward, as we move ahead. Thank you, President Stephen. Returning it back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent. We are going to move over to items 2.0, which is recognitions. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Good. Okay. So with recognitions, we have just 3 sections here. One section is going to be celebrating students from the Health and Wellness Fair, which I will have Chairman Mahigabo share a little bit about, and then have the Chief of Student Supports come up and share a little bit about. Then right after that, we will recognize our Hope High School and EQ wrestlers, female wrestlers at that won states. So I want to make sure that I recognize them. And then last but not least, we will then recognize some staff that have been in our district for some time and that will be departing. And I want to make sure that me as the president and the school board on today recognize them for their hard work, okay? Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, member of the school board, superintendents, educator, family, and the Providence community. Tonight, I rise with deep pride and gratitude to recognize an extraordinary group of students who have gone above and beyond for their peers. These students not only planned last year mental health fair, but also returned this year to do it again with much greater impact. This work has helped create a culture of openness, healing, and support in our school at a time when mental health has never been more important. They didn't just raise awareness. They helped break stigma, build the community, and remind the classmates that it's okay to ask for help, that no one is alone. Some of these students, incredible young people, are now preparing to take the next step to college, to their career, to a new chapter. To them, I say, your leadership has already made a mark. The world is better because of it. I can't wait to see what you do next. To the teachers and staff who help them, and to the district for making a space for the leadership, thank you. We believe in our students, and when we believe in our students, they rise. And tonight, this is a shining example of that. Let's continue to uplift the students' voice, invest in their idea, and create the kind of school where every young person can strive. Again, congratulations to you guys. We are so proud of you.
Thank you, Chairman, Chief of Student Supports, Cindy Stewart.
Good evening, and just to add to what Chairman Mahigabo said so eloquently, on May 14th, PBSD hosted our 2nd annual mental health fair at PCTA, and we had 80 plus vendors that participated, and they were primarily partners, members of our Providence community, and local and state agencies. Many of our high school students also served as volunteers at the event. This event is really unique in the sense that it's organized and planned by PPSD high school students. They really took the initiative. And tonight we're here, as has been mentioned, to recognize their efforts, but more importantly, to honor them for being really the student mental health district leaders. These mental health champions have continuously brought awareness of the importance of advocating for student mental health education and support. And a huge thank you to Ms. Shannon Gormley, who's also here tonight from Central High School, who served as the faculty advisor along with many of my team members. The students who we recognize tonight are now PPSD graduates, and we are so excited. And they're off starting a new chapter, and I want to share with you a little bit about what their plan is as they move forward. So Jezeret Pina Gomez will be attending Amherst in the fall, and she's pursuing pre-law and also political science. Roxella Bishop will be attending Boston University in the pre-med program. Saravel Pacheco LeBron will be attending Barnard College as a political science major. Simone Punchak will be attending Pennsylvania State University, where she will be enrolled in a dual program, the Huntsman Program and International Business. And Henry Pardo will be attending Bryant University as a business major. Thank you. We thank them for all of their leadership, and we also thank them for the amazing legacy they have left here at PBSD.
Thank you. Really quick, just want to share something. I thank the both of you for your amazing work. I know there was other staff members as well and committee members, school board member Maria and Jenny that supported with this as well. So I do want to say thank you. And, you know, recognitions on the agenda is one of my favorite items. And the reason it is because it kind of resets the district to let everyone know, you know, that we as a board appreciate everyone, but also there's a lot of politics at play. And I think that, you know, centering our students, what it's supposed to be about, is what's key. And I think that, you know, the school board being here on today to recognize them for their hard work and all of the recognitions, but really the students for their hard work is something that I care most about. And I would love for you to stay up as board members, you know, proceed here in the front and we recognize not only the students from Health and Wellness Fair, but also the students that were wrestlers. But we're going to start with Health and Wellness Fair first. Board members, if we could proceed up here.
Yes, I will. Ready? Okay. Saravel Pacheco LeBron.
Congratulations. Yes, we've got some board members that, superintendent and board members that want to shake your hand. Shake your hand. If you can just stand right there for us, okay? Right next to
Rexella Bishop.
congratulations. Thank you. Yes, yes. Nice to meet you. That's important. Congratulations, bro.
Thank you for your service.
Simone Punchak. Henry Pardo.
Congratulations. Absolutely.
And our faculty advisor from Central, Shannon Gormley.
Congratulations,
Thank
my
you,
former
sir.
teacher.
My former student.
Nice to see you. That's a superintendent board member that would like to greet you.
Congratulations.
And Desiree Pina Gomez.
Congratulations. You're welcome. We are going to take a picture first.
You all should be in the front.
Yes.
You know what? Why don't you guys stand right down one step here? Oh, right here. Yeah.
Is the third we do?
Yeah, I'm gonna have.
Okay, okay, we'll take it.
I'll do that. I apologize.
Turn yourself short.
Hold on.
Is that Ben? Is that, how are you, sir?
You guys all set?
Thank you.
Say. 2025.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Can I just say this man gave me the run for my money as class president?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, we have some Hope High School and EQ students that won states in wrestling. Make sure we celebrate them. I believe we have the coach here as well, which is good. I want to thank both Mr. Francisco and Mr. Scott for their amazing work that they're doing here in the district. And, we're going to celebrate these students. Is that okay with all of you?
Yes.
All righty. We want to first call up Yasmin. This is how you pronounce it? Yasmin Beto. Congratulations. I apologize for not getting that last name. Are you okay with that? Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Okay, he has been coaching me to say it, and I still forgot. If you could just stand over there. All right, I would like to call up. 1 second, just got to make sure I read it right. Emily Ubadi. Congratulations. Absolutely. Yeah, do you guys go against like the males as well? They won states beating men. This is no. Oh no. Oh, okay. You're not there yet. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
President Stevens, it was the first. Warming up. It was the first time that the Interscholastic had offered a girls' state championship, and these two Title IX Trailblazers won for Hope High School.
Yes, well, I want to definitely acknowledge the coach on today. This is some good work. I played sports myself, and one of the main connections I've always had was with my coach. Spending time with our students, dedicating your time to Providence Public Schools, and working with our students, we want to definitely make sure we appreciate you on today. And I don't know if the assistant coach is here, Austin Gonzalez, but all is well. We want to recognize him as well. So can we clap it up for Mr. Davis? If you want to take a picture, if you want today, if you want to come up. Come on, board members.
I'll step down.
Just want to see me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right, at the Brown.
Oh, yeah, you did. You was around.
One last set, and then we're going to move on with business. One last set, and we're going to move on with business on today. I have some recognitions I want to recommend on behalf of the board. We have some dedicated administrators that has, served here in Providence. Providence is a unique place. We all know that. And we want to definitely appreciate these individuals for all of their hard work and their dedication to Providence Public Schools. Is that okay with all of you? Yeah. All right. Well, first, I want to recognize an individual who I like, really like this individual, has a good personality, came down, under certain circumstances to come and support Providence Public Schools. Going back closer to his family, and we don't want to, not acknowledge this individual for his hard work and dedication. Can we give it up for Mr. Herman James, who was the Chief Talent Officer? Appreciate you, Mr. James. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We have the superintendent, board members that want to express their support. We also have another individual. We also have another individual, if you can just stand right there for me. Another individual that we wanted to recognize. She's not here on today, so I'm going to give it to Mr. Herman to give to her on tomorrow, Miss Amanda Hernandez. Okay, we now have another individual who served Providence for many years, is a principal at, I believe it's George A. West, am I correct? Miss Lisa Vargas. And she is retiring, and we want to just say thank you for all of your service here in Providence. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, this individual has been in the district for quite some time. My nieces and nephews had went to her school for some time, and she really dedicated a lot and gave a lot to Providence Public Schools. A lot of students have went through her school. A lot of students have really learned from her. There were times when my niece needed extra support, and even after her 8 to 5 hours on her job, she dedicated a lot of time to supporting them. And I would be remiss with this individual leaving to go get a promotion to not acknowledge her hard work and her dedication. Can we clap it up for Miss Courtney Montessori? Thank you so much for all of your service here in Providence Public Schools. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. And board members. And last but not least, we want to recognize this individual, and then we're going to move on with business. But this individual came from Boston, came and served Providence Public Schools. I don't think we really was moving with a lot of the CTE stuff, but when this individual came in, she really, really, really got that thing going. You know, we have so many career pathways, so many students that are working at Electric Boat, you know, so many students that may not want to go to college right away, but may want to go and join a career with lifetime benefits. And this individual has led the charge, and, you know, this individual is going to be leaving, going to be going for a promotion, and that's what it's about. When individuals leave, and when they leave, they either retire or they're going for a promotion. And I think that that is something that is key. And I would be remiss, this individual I love to call my friend as well, because I've always been able to talk to her and have honest conversations with her. And she's always instilled a lot of knowledge in me to make me understand CTE. So please, 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 can we give it up for Ms. Brett Dickens? Thank you so much for your service. Thank you so much. Yes, we're going to miss you. Right, Corey? We're going to miss Brett? We're going to take a picture, but can we just clap it up for all of our administrators? Thank you so much. If we can just take a picture with all of you, and like I said, we appreciate you. We're going to miss all of you. If the administrators could just step down here. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Dr. Williamson crying over here. Thank you so much, Brett. All right. We're going to move on with business on today. I would like to make a motion to approve items 3.0, recommending that we move out 6.0. Do I have a motion? Motion to, oh no, wait 1 second. Yeah, yep. Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Motion passes. We are at items 4.0 consent agenda. I would like to make a motion to approve items 4.1 through items 4.4. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion's been made by the chairman, seconded by Dr. Williamson. Any discussion?
In lieu of a finance report, I'd just like to briefly say that we did review all of these motions in all of these contracts in our most recent public finance meeting. The first one is a membership of the American School Council Association, which provides, it's not a huge amount of money, it provides quite a few professionalization benefits for our school counselors. The 4.3 is actually a group of contracts for special education staffing contracts, and we have multiple contracts because a lot of times one company may or may not be able to provide services at any given time, so we have redundancy, so essentially we can always find somebody who has available staffing. And then the last one is the through monitor and report contract, which is court mandated as a result of a settlement with the federal government. So all of those we are recommending approval of, and that will be in lieu of any future report from me.
Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any noes, any abstentions? Motion passes. We are at item 5.0, school board committee update. We're going to begin with policy. Chairwoman, take the floor.
So we had our last meeting on June 4th, and we had our meeting with the intention of looking through this already existing list of school board policies that was drafted through the district. There were different measures of what was going to be most important, what's least important. We were really looking at which policies hadn't been reviewed in the past couple of years. And as a policy committee, we picked 5 policies that we thought would be the most urgent to review. So the first one is our core beliefs and commitments. That policy was last updated in 2008. And we believe that with our upcoming community listening sessions, that we would be able to use that information to simultaneously work on updating the policy. And it's an important policy, which goes hand in hand with our next one that we chose, which is the school district goals and objectives. That was last updated in 2003. And again, with the listening community sessions, that's exactly what we're aiming to accomplish with that, is figuring out what are the goals and objectives, the guardrails that the community wants to see for PPSD. The third one we picked was the school board bylaws. That was last updated in 2018, but the main focus is that this is going to be updated to reflect the language that there are now elected members, because right now the language just says appointed. And then our fourth one was the school board policy process. That is getting reviewed by us. It was last reviewed and approved by the board on December 16th. But we're reviewing it for some legal concerns. So we're going to have that conversation in our next policy meeting. And then our last one was our students' rights and responsibilities. That was last updated in 2005. And we thought this was another very important one, since we are going to be in the community talking to students, asking them what they thought their rights and responsibilities should be. And we also recently last year approved the student code of conduct. So we wanted to make sure that the student code of conduct language was also reflected in the students' rights and responsibilities policy that we had. So those are our 5 policies that we're going to be working on for the next our next month or so. So our next meeting is August 6th, and so hopefully we'll come back with some first reads with some of these.
Thank you, Chairwoman Severio. We're going to move over to finance. I believe you have anything with Dr. Williamson's.
I think Dr. Williamson, my understanding is that he felt comfortable with his updates related to those contracts passed in the consent agenda.
Thank you so much. Health and Wellness, Chairman Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had the meeting, and we talked about the success of the mental health fair. Again, I want to thank our students, our teachers, and board members, Mireya and Jenny, for really working on this. And also, we had the 2 students from PSU that's joined the Health and Awareness, decided to make them official ambassador of the Health and Awareness Committee. And also, we talked about the smart clinics updates. A lot of community members have been wishing us, the nurses, on how they've been basically being laid off at the end of the year. And the reason for that is because the smart clinics and we are losing a lot of funding. So we talked about different way of reaching out to different organizations to see if we can raise money for the smart clinics. And also the two students that came, they talked about also the importance of sex educations. They want the district to start implementing sex education curriculum in their schools. So that's something we're going to be meeting over the summer to talk about and in the district as well. One of the things that also we're going to be reviewing this summer is see if we can, instead of being one mental health fair in the spring, we're going to have two, one in the fall and also another one in the spring. And also the Health and Awareness Committee meeting was concluded. We're going to be meeting in the fall, and where we're going to start reviewing policy relating to students and employee health. Where if you have anything to add.
The prayer was very nice. Thank you, everyone.
You could just push it in.
Okay. Sorry. The prayer was very nice, very organized. I feel very good. That's the first time that I've been there, and I'm so excited to be part of this committee.
Thank you. CTE, Chairman Jones.
Yeah, so CTE's had 2 meetings now, and we have a standing item on our committee meetings, our agendas. That's an update from the executive director on CTE goals and any CTE updates. We also went over the current admissions process. So, and the last school board, they overhauled the admissions process and passed some policy around that. So they were getting me up to speed with kind of that process, where that came from, and if there was any need to revisit that in the future. We also reviewed the proposed CTE framework for a second time. We've made some edits, and really, the conversation around that is how much do we disaggregate from, college, credits, AP credits, and, CTE classes or a CTE credential. But we decided to kind of spell those goals out in a more, kind of direct way. Let's not create a situation where there could be, 100% of these 3 things are met, but then 70% of it is college credits and not actually CTE, right? So I think we're going to hold back on passing any of those goals until we conduct our listening session, so we can ensure that community is helping us shape these goals and values and visions. Lastly, we received a presentation by Junior Achievement on their Rexel platform, which is the Rhode Island Experiential Learning Navigator. And what that will be is an inventory for job shadows, for interns, basically any type of work-based learning opportunity, career exploration opportunity for students. And we talked about how we can, form an MOU and implement this into the district's practices and then make it available to students. The challenges of, kind of doing that in a pilot as we scale up with the employer side. And in our next meeting, we'll be talking about exit counseling. There was a lot of, issues when a student joins a CTE program. Maybe that CTE program is very, highly sought after, but that student doesn't want to be there anymore. What is the process to ensure that another student can take that place? When is it too late? Where, that might hurt that current student's academic future, right? So how do we kind of make it possible for students who may not be in a program that's right for them? How do we find the right fit for them, and then also accommodate for students who may want to get into that program in an equitable way? So that'll be part of the next conversation. The next CTE meeting is on the 25th. So I would encourage folks to join us, because nothing is better than hearing from the community on, these decisions that we're making. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, and then we're going to go to item 5.5 and 5.6, which will be done by Ms. Hughes.
Thank you. For the school building committee, our meeting did not take place in May. Our next meeting is coming up next Tuesday, June 24th, I believe at 4 p.m. Most likely here at PPSD. Please look out for the agenda to get posted for that. And I know later this evening, we'll be hearing a lot of facilities updates. So if there's something that you hear tonight that is interesting to you, I would strongly recommend tuning into that meeting of the school building committee or attending in person. You are most welcome to do that. For item 5.6, I have quite a few updates since our last board meeting on collaborative governance and stakeholder engagement. So I wanted to name 2 collaborative governance things that were important. The night after our last board meeting, our PPSD team was before City Council Finance, presenting the same budget that we heard at our school board meeting the night before. I think the superintendent, Deputy Superintendent Scott, and others did a tremendous job with trying to explain the complexity of our budget looking forward. And I believe the City Council Finance team was pleased with that connection, and that's trying to help rebuild that relationship as we look toward local control coming up. The following Wednesday after that, on the May 28th, the City Council Hope Special Committee, or the Health Opportunity, Prosperity, and Education Commission met, and I had an opportunity to attend that meeting along with Superintendent Montañez and Deputy Commissioner Drew Eckelson to provide some additional information about how the collaborative governance work is going. That was the day after, Tuesday, May 27th, our collaborative working group met. Once again, that is the group where we are convening city leaders, PPSD leaders, RIDE leaders, and school board leaders to work through the nitty-gritty details of like how we will have a plan to get our schools back. I sent the board a more comprehensive memo, but just as a quick overview, at that particular meeting, the group reviewed a draft list of concrete and operationalized conditions for return to local control, covering the 5 main categories necessary for the commissioner to recommend an expedited return. And those categories, again, are governance, funding, facilities, legislation, and a clear transition plan. The group that day also reviewed a draft project management plan developed by an even smaller group within the collaborative working group. In my notes, I had that we'd be looking at that tonight. I do not see it on tonight's agenda, so hopefully at a future school board meeting, we'll see a more up-to-date version. Pardon me one second. In addition to those things, the board has met twice since our last full school board meeting for some professional development and training, which is also part of our work working towards better governance structures. So we met on Saturday, June 7th, and we had a session with our external coach, the Council of Great City Schools, to prepare us to get ready for our comprehensive listening sessions that we'll be having throughout the community. Please stay tuned for more details on that. The board is working diligently to get those scheduled and get information to you about those. Additionally, this past Saturday, the 14th, the City of Providence, as part of their collaborative governance with us, helped do some additional training on a number of topics, including the Open Meetings Act, collective bargaining agreements, and City Government 101. So we've been super busy in the last few weeks, and I just want to name that coming up next Tuesday, on all of these topics, there are 4 separate meetings happening that I will be at 3 out of those 4. I am unable to be in 2 places at once, so one of them will have to go. The collaborative working group will meet again that day in the morning. The school building committee, as I mentioned, will meet at 4 p.m. The Parent Advisory Council will be meeting that evening. They have not met since the last time we were here together, but that's their final meeting of the school year. They'll reconvene in September after that. And finally, also that evening at 5:30 p.m., the RIDE Council on Elementary and Secondary Education will meet. That's Tuesday the 24th at 5:30. At that meeting, Deputy Commissioner Eckelson will be giving another update to that council about the progress overall on our collaborative work to return to local control. That was a lot. That's all I've got tonight.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hughes. Appreciate that update. Thank you all committee members for sharing. We're going to go to item 7.0, public comment right to be heard. We have quite a few. When the Madam Clerk calls for the 30-minute mark, I please ask that each speaker please begin to wrap up their comments so we can move along with the agenda on tonight. Yes, let's get started. Public comment right to be heard. Madam Clerk, you call up.
Sam Wallace.
Sam got pulled by Marianne Davidson. Maybe you could go to the next and call her after.
Benjamin Dietz.
Hey, Benjamin.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
Thank you. Last time I spoke was in February. That was my comments, so right now I'm going to read some student comments. This is in regards to the non-renewals. I'm going to be looking forward to action item 9. Listen to your comments. Here's student testimony. I'm writing this testimony today to express my strong opposition to the potential dismissal of Mix M, an amazing teacher who has impacted my learning experience since I joined this school. While I may have joined later in the school year, the time I've spent with Mix M's classroom has been extremely fun. They have consistently created a fun, engaging learning environment, making every lesson both enjoyable and highly informative. Their dedication to their students' success is shown through their constant helping and answering students' questions. Mix M is not just a nice teacher, they are truly a creative one. They consistently build on effective practices that we have learned so far that have significantly helped me and my classmates improve our English skills. From challenging us to identify and correct grammar errors in sentences to helping us create argumentative essays, they have a marvelous ability to break down complex concepts into simple steps. Beyond their effective teaching strategies, Mix M has been a constant source of support and encouragement. They create a classroom where students feel comfortable trying new things, asking questions, and learning from their mistakes. I do personally think that Mix M should stay as a teacher, and I have a strong belief that Mix M being fired isn't benefiting anyone in our school based on their style of teaching and support of their students. Mix M has had such a positive impact on me and many other students. They were a huge part of the school's musical. They didn't just help, they led with so much passion and energy and made rehearsals fun, but still focused. And they helped bring out the best in every single one of us. Even students who were shy or unsure gained confidence because of the encouragement and support. They are also the kind of teacher who truly listens, understands, and treats every student with kindness. They made school feel like a place where we could express ourselves and grow. Sam's not just a great teacher, Sam's one of the people who make this school feel like home. Mix M has made a big difference at our school, even for students that aren't in their classes like me. I got to know them through the school's musical, and from the beginning, they were always encouraging, organized, and positive. They helped make everything run smoothly and made us feel like our hard work mattered. They showed up for us, not just to help put on a great show, but to cheer us and help with important things like making our costumes. Even though Mix M is not my English teacher, I've heard how much students enjoy their class and how they make learning easier to understand. A lot of students feel supported and more confident in their writing and reading because of them. Okay, they're a pretty cool teacher. They tries a lot to make students have a good day. Mix M works super hard every single day to make things right. This is the Del Sesto 8th grader. And I have time for one more. They have a high support for people, and Sam is very kind to me and appreciate them for being there with my passion for art. And I had them for 3 years, and I feel bad for them for losing their role as a librarian. Mix M helped me through my whole art career, hoping that I won scholarship at PPAC, and with their help, I won it. Without their help, I wouldn't have had a good experience with my 6th, 7th, and 8th grade years. Del Sesto 8th grader, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
3 minutes.
Thanks. I also spoke at the board meeting in February, but I'm here to reiterate, and especially considering that the same thing I spoke about is still an ongoing issue. There we go. Thank you. So my name is Deborah Levy. I'm a Providence resident. I'm also speaking to ask the district to reinstate the non-renewed teachers. And I also work for the community libraries of Providence. My role specifically is working with the school librarians and working to connect our public libraries with the school libraries. Obviously, in this role, I see the importance of having fully staffed schools and having qualified teachers in those roles. And I especially have worked closely with Sam Wallace throughout my time in this position. And they're without a doubt one of the most passionate, engaged, and supportive school librarians that we have. Their role in my work with the public libraries, as well as the way that I see the impact they have on their students, makes such a huge difference, as you just heard in those student testimonials. I also, like I said, just see that we need to keep educators who care about our students. And it seems like from my personal knowledge of Sam and from what I've heard about these other two educators, that that's the case with them. I think we all know that we have a high reliance on subs and on other people filling in the district, on specialist teachers being pulled to fill in as classroom teachers. And so it seems like it's very important to keep people who know their students, who know their classes very well in those classrooms, and who students have a high level of trust for them, especially school librarians. We also all know that school libraries are under attack around the country. It's really important for us to have qualified school librarians who care a lot about what materials they have in their library and ensuring kids access to safe and educational materials. I know that we have multiple schools in the district right now that have someone in the library role who's not a certified librarian, who hasn't gone through that training to be able to do that. So it seems disappointing to me that we're taking out a school librarian who is qualified, who's gone through that training, who has a master's degree to be a school librarian, and who is very qualified to be able to provide that knowledge to middle school students. 30 seconds. Thank you. And I guess the last thing I want to say is I know that the district has cited poor performance, poor evaluations, et cetera, for the reasons that these teachers are not being renewed. I think that if that is the case, those educators deserve to see the details of why they're not being renewed so that they can continue to grow in their careers. They deserve detailed feedback about why exactly they're not being asked to come back next year. Although in general, I find that really hard to believe because of what I know, again, of Ms. Wallace personally and of the other teachers, what I've heard about them. So overall, our district should be fostering good teachers, and I hope that you'll consider reinstating these three.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, I believe we have Sam back. If you could just go shoot back up to get Sam and go down to Chris Reed.
My name's Sam Wallace. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a Providence resident. Happy to be a Providence educator. Y'all, this week we had awards night for the 8th graders. It was my first class of kids that I got to teach. Ben got to read a testimony from one of my kids who got an art scholarship. He said he had me all 3 years, and he totally didn't. He did not have me this year. And I was like, did I have you in class? Did I forget about you? I said I would not. I wrote a thing today, so I would be focused. I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is to watch the dismemberment of my school community. The class of 2026 does not deserve the education that PPSD has put upon them. And by that I mean they deserve an education founded in respect, not shame, punishment, pushing out teachers, and gaslighting. As Del Sesto, our soccer coach, has been displaced. Y'all, we've been winning titles. He's gone. Our school culture coordinator role, who runs our food pantry, and our family support roles have been cut, despite the fact that the district is posting for literacy positions set at around $100,000 a piece. I want to let folks know that these folks that are cut are bilingual. We need this. We have right now that we know of 3 families that are impacted by ICE detentions. This is huge. We need these people. We have an incredible Del Sesto community, and we are incredible despite all these challenges. The defunding of our staff, the out-of-touch goals created by our CSIP. One of our CSIP goals is a family engagement score. That means we have to have a family engagement score higher than any school in Rhode Island. And yet we keep winning The picture wasn't posted by the school district, but Del Sesto won the Battle of the Books competition. Shout out to my wonderful students. Our East Hopkins friends who joined us in our Del Hopkins combo team. And those familiar with Del Sesto will be familiar with the unbelievably kind, caring educator, Miss Kai, who has spent over 20 years at Del Sesto, who will also not be staying at Del Sesto, and this is also not her choice. It's the time of year where students start asking, are you coming back next year? Are you excited? And we keep having to have this conversation. So, no, I lost my job. No, I don't know why. No, nothing happens. I'm really fighting hard to be your librarian. I really want to be here. It's always heartbreaking to have a colleague leave the district, but it's especially heartbreaking that people who want to stay and want to be here not be able to stay. This spring, it has felt like the pillars of Del Sesto have been intentionally cut down. We have someone who is out on leave, who I hope is watching from the live stream, who has historically run every single 8th grade event, from t-shirts, yearbooks, trips, awards night, you name it. And I also want to give a shout out to Brandy. Hi, Brandy. We can't be here. My evaluations have been good. I had a 2.9 my first year. They tell you, aim for a 2, aim for a 3. I am 1/10 of a point away from highly effective this year. I'm really, really good at my job. I'm on student safety plans for 6th graders who are worried about their safety in school. When they go to 7th grade, who will they have?
Thank you. Hey, Chris. 3 minutes, okay?
Hi, my name is Chris Reed, and I moved to Providence about a year ago with the intention of becoming a full-time sub and eventually a certified teacher. In reality, I subbed in PPSD for less than a month, and I'd like to explain why. So I moved here with a master's in English and 2 years of teaching experience at the college level, more than 5 years experience tutoring high school. Here's what I imagined would happen when I signed up to sub in this district. I imagined that I would get placed at the high school level, get some basic amount of training, and get paid $200 a day, which is what the posting I applied to said. Here's what actually happened. First, I got ghosted for 2 weeks following my hiring decision. Then I got called into the admin building where I was informed of 3 things. 1, that my social security number had probably just been stolen by hackers. 2, that I would be making $130 a day because the posting was from last year. By the way, that's a 35% pay cut. And 3, that I would be subbing at the elementary level, despite my complete lack of experience with young kids. I asked if they were sure about this, and they said, yep, that's where the need was. So then, when I was finally able to sign up for shifts, I signed up for a half day, thinking that would be a good way to start learning the job, right? I've never taught a 2nd grade class before. Unlike some people, I was never even told I couldn't sign up for half days. I just showed up, introduced myself at the main office, and had to learn from the staff that apparently they said, if you sign up for a half day, you can't get paid. Thankfully, they were really nice about it and placed me in another classroom for the second half of the day. Except then, so I worked the full day, but then 2 weeks later, when my tiny first paycheck showed up, it was even tinier than it was supposed to be. They paid me for half a day. So to be clear, they're lying. They can pay you for half a day, they just don't want to. I still have yet to get those $65 that the district owes me. I went home too exhausted to talk after every day of work. I got absolutely no training and no support within the buildings. In fact, one of the only teachers who went out of their way to welcome me to the district was Sam, everybody's favorite librarian, who was promptly non-renewed. It's unbelievable to me. These good, kind, dedicated, hardworking teachers behind me could do a way better job running this district, but instead you fire them without an explanation. So I've heard you're planning to increase our pay to $180 a day next year. That's great, but that's still less than we made the year before, and it's way less than we need to get by. You pay your administrators hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to sit around not answering our phone calls. Why can't you pay to keep your best teachers and to give the most vulnerable, stressed out workers in your district something better than a poverty wage? Or even just some basic training, communication, and support. Until you do, you're gonna keep losing the subs and teachers who can't be bothered or simply can't afford to suffer for a district that ignores them.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Daniel Petrich.
For 3 minutes, okay?
Good evening. My name is Dan Kittredge. I'm here speaking as a Providence resident, again. I'm here to speak in support of Sam Wallace and all of the educators here fighting against non-renewals. First, I would like to thank the members of the school board who have already spoken up in defense of these educators and to encourage the board to unanimously oppose their firings. By now, at this point on the third meeting where we've talked about this, many other speakers have pointed out, but I think it's important to continue to do so, how disturbing it is that so many of the very few non-binary educators at PPSD have been targeted for non-renewal. Throughout the various reports from RIDE and the district since the state takeover, top officials have repeatedly stressed a desire to do more to ensure that our education staff reflects the makeup of our community here in Providence. Yet here we see RIDE and district leadership doing exactly the opposite of what they claim to want by disproportionately attacking the small group of LGBTQ educators PPSD currently has. How can any non-binary student see this as anything but a dismissal of their identity? Mission statements are great, but actions are what matters. And PPSD's actions fly in the face of their claims of supporting a diverse workforce. Perhaps even worse is that the district leadership is clearly being dishonest about the reasons for these terminations. The district has claimed these teachers are being non-renewed in order to seek more qualified candidates for their positions. The district has over 100 vacancies, including multiple vacant librarian positions. Firing high-quality educators like those currently facing non-renewals, teachers and librarians who have won awards and received an enormous outpouring of support from their students cannot possibly be viewed as an attempt to seek higher quality staff. The choice to fire these educators, and I stress the choice, rather than to fill empty positions, shows a disturbing disregard for the district's own stated principles and for the learning experience of all students in the district. The fact that many of these educators are outspoken advocates in their union points us to the likely underlying motivation behind these non-renewals, which is perhaps even worse. Providence is a city that was built by union labor and knows that strong unions are what secures a strong middle class and a future for working people. Targeting non-binary teachers for their union advocacy under the flimsy pretense that there are somehow more qualified applicants in a district that cannot fill open positions is disgraceful and insulting to the people of this city. So I would like to thank the school board for being the one government body that does seem to at least believe in democracy and community control, while RIDE and the district offices continue to ignore the demands of hundreds of community members that these educators be granted due process and these non-renewals be rescinded. I deeply appreciate this board for listening to the voice of the people and voting to stand with us. Thank you.
For 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Cecilia Retta. I am a constituent of School Board Region 1, and I serve as a substitute teacher in PPSD. I am here to call for change in how substitutes are treated by the district. We fill a vital role in the education of students in Providence, and yet we are not treated as vital by the system. As a sub, I have been granted unique access to every single high school in PPSD. I know all the administrative teams firsthand. I know the cultural differences between schools and departments. That is a perspective no one else has, not even your full-time teachers, and that is value that the district should invest in. Furthermore, subs fill the holes when the structure is weakest. Subs are as versatile and flexible as it gets. And we do all of this without any kind of consistent management. Imagine going to work every single day, not knowing who you will report to, having no one to call when you need to ask a question. Imagine HR ignoring your calls for weeks on end. I've been through too many days without a schedule and without a bathroom break. I've been in long-term roles without a curriculum, without access to email, computers, or internet. These are not working conditions in which you can expect to retain caring, hardworking, effective educators dedicated to the good of the students. I work hard every single day I'm in a classroom because of my own values as an educator, not because PPST has ever given me any kind of training. When I sub, I stick to my subjects of expertise, which are art and English, but I have also spent my own unpaid time to help students with I've studied on my own, to help students with their geometry, their algebra, social studies, statistics, history, vital subjects. You cannot stop learning because your teacher is out for 2 days or 2 weeks or 2 months or longer. But the system is not set up to support education during teacher absence. This is the direct result of administrative disorganization, lack of accountability, and an unsettling disconnect between the people making decisions and the people actually in the classroom. Substitutes low pay is a problem because when you pay people like their job doesn't matter, they start to believe that their job doesn't matter. The absence of communication and transparency is a problem because when no one knows who is responsible, nothing gets done, nothing improves, nothing changes. My asks are simple. Pay substitute teachers a competitive living wage. $180 a day is not enough. Make the budget transparent. Give subs the resources, and the acknowledgement that you would expect any employee you hope to retain. I would challenge every single school board member to spend a day as a substitute to see what it's actually like.
Promethea Carroll.
Promethea. 3 minutes.
All right, so I'm reading a student related to student testimony stuff. So I am speaking about the Del Sesto Middle School. This year, the students at Del Sesto put on a production of Beauty and the Beast. They spent months and an unbelievable amount of hours to make this happen. And for the entire production, there were only 4 adults, right, responsible for the entirety of the success. 2 of those adults were M. Schluter and Sam Wallace. Sam was one of the head directors, and M created all of the costumes. Sam rehearsed 4 hours per week. M and Sam spent many times that amount each week. They would stay anywhere from 1 to 2 hours after rehearsal to continue working on costumes, props, right, sets, and logistics. They spent many hours on multiple Saturdays each month at Del Sesto, outside of rehearsal time, continuing the work necessary to make the musical successful. A few years ago, when Del Sesto put on Moana, the musical, 6 adults contributed and led the musical. This year, there were 4. And to be clear, the quality of the musical, right, matched or even exceeded previous productions, right? Please consider that at the same time, M and Sam were teaching full class loads, doing coverage during their preps, and fighting for their jobs in front of this very board. And as if this weren't enough, M was continuing their graduate classwork, and Sam was organizing in our community to keep students and their families safe. Consider just how dedicated you have to be to your school and your students to put in over 100 hours to a school that you have been fired from. For M and Sam, the joy and excitement of students was enough. When the final performance concluded, the students involved were so overjoyed they wanted more. They knew that Sam and M had been fired. They know that because that there is no guarantee there will ever be another musical. Without both of them, Beauty and the Beast would have never have happened at all. And if these non-renewals stand, there will almost certainly be no musical at Del Sesto next year. Our students deserve the opportunities that Sam and Im provide. Their non-renewals remove these opportunities that these students do not get anywhere else. Our students deserve better, and they deserve Sam and Im in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Salon.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. You have 3 minutes, man.
Yeah, I got it. Good evening. My name is Jeff Solon, and I am a substitute teacher for the Providence Public Middle Schools. And anyone who has an 11 to 14-year-old child knows just how difficult this job can be. Now retired, I have had many jobs through the years. I have been a bike messenger in New York City, a global IT manager for a major investment bank in London, and more recently, a counselor to adolescent males with PTSD-related diagnoses. This job is, in many respects, the most difficult job I have ever had. Not to mention, one of the most important jobs I've ever had. In the year and a half that I've been doing this, I have seen a boy pick up a chair and hit a girl full on, slamming her against the wall. I have seen serious fights between both boys and girls. Several times I have been threatened with bodily harm by a 12-year-old. Most days I spend entire classes pleading with children to sit down and be quiet. As a substitute, I have no power to consequence misbehaving children. The most I can do is call an understaffed office and ask for help, which often never comes. All of this took me completely by surprise. I was not told what to expect, nor given any strategies or tools to handle this. At the end of the day, I exchanged exhausted and beleaguered smiles with other subs and full-time teachers. I have tremendous respect for these full-time men and women who show up each day to teach our children. During the morning address in every school, every day I hear the word respect. The children are told to respect each other and to respect their teachers. However, I have never felt so disrespected as I did when I received, in August of 2024, a letter from PPSD informing me that for the 2025 school year, my day rate would be cut from $200 a day to $130 a day. As mentioned before, that is a pay cut of 35%. The timing of the letter was even more egregious than the 35% pay cut. It left me with no time to look for an alternative employment. I work to supplement my retirement income, and that is mostly to pay my son's utility bills in Brooklyn. I can only imagine how difficult this was for those depending on the job for a more substantial part of their income. We need to do better. Shame on you.
Your son, Oliver?
Hi, my name is Yosan Almu, and I am a Providence community member and graduate student here. I'm going to be reading a student testimony. Dear School Board, us students really don't want Max, Sam, and M to leave. They are the reasons kids want to go to library and English classes. The main reason my writing is so good and why I can write full essays and paragraphs is because of them. When I'm sad, I get cheered up by them. They have so much patience and are so kind, so please consider taking them back and not firing them.
Thank you.
Kate Jones.
Can I submit something to you first?
Absolutely.
Before it's my fuller testimony that I can't read and also some data.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna point to this at some point, but anyway. Hi, I'm Kate Jones. I'm a per diem middle school sub in PPSD. I live in Region 3, Board Member Silverio, I voted for you. I'm here to reaffirm my solidarity with our beloved non-renewed teachers and to decry the unjust 35% pay cut that substitutes in the district were inconsistently and quite frankly chaotically notified of 2 business days before school started. I and my colleagues want and deserve a fair and livable wage that at minimum equals our previous pay rate, reflecting our dignity and the vital part we play to support the overall health and functionality of the PPSD ecosystem. Benefits would also be great. Board members and Superintendent Montanez, you need subs. And NBC 10 reported in mid-March, you've lost 139 of them this year. For time, I've had to cut my more personal anecdotes as well as the countless ways subs support students, staff, and the health of the PPSD ecosystem, which hopefully is obvious and others have talked about, because I feel the need to stress the material realities for us in general. Previously, we made $200 per day as per diem subs. As of August, it's sunk to $130 per day, as we've talked about. This year, many subs have also been forced to work coverage during our unassigned periods, essentially working more hours for way less money. The Projo published yesterday that PPSD is raising the daily rate to $180 per day, which is an improvement, but it will still be $20 a day below our previous wage, and it's still not nearly enough to live on. We don't have benefits. A lot of our paycheck goes to taxes. Many of us have to have additional jobs to make ends meet. We don't get paid holidays or sick days, though we could if we were absorbed into the Providence Teachers Union, for which there is precedent in cities like Boston or wall-to-wall unions in states like Maryland, Maine, and Washington. As the poster here shows, if someone subbed every school day this year, they would only reach $30,000 gross income. That's rounded. According to a Redfin report, the income required to be able to afford rent in Providence in 2024 was $85,800, which is truly an outrageous amount. I wish we had more time to get into. But for subs, that's a $55,000 gap. Next school year, the new rate would bring us to $32,400 for the year if we subbed every day, an insubstantial increase and still way below what it costs to house ourselves. Now, PPSD may expect subs to work summer jobs. Side note, we can't collect unemployment like seasonal workers, but the average hourly wage for a summer job in Rhode Island is approximately $15.56 per hour. Spoiler, we still can't afford rent. PPSD won a $15 million lawsuit against the city of Providence just in November of 2024 for back pay they were owed. Superintendent Montanez, you said, quote, the agreement has positioned PPSD for greater stability and future success. What does that stability and success look like to you? How are those funds going to be allocated? There are surely many places where funds are directly needed in the district, including and not limited to retaining and properly compensating teachers who are being non-renewed before they reach the 3-year mark. But I'm just pointing out, don't forget the subs, because again, you need us.
Thank you.
Hey.
Have 3 minutes.
Thanks. My name is Stefan DePippo. I am a community member. I am a former PPSD educator, and I am a former PPSD student. I graduated from classical 2003. I went to Nathan Bishop. I went to E.W. Flynn, which is no longer even there. First, I want to say I appreciate that the first thing you did today was celebrate the young people and their accomplishments. That's the only reason any of us are here right now. I do want to point out that there's so many students that slip through the cracks that nobody ever acknowledges, that don't get the services they need. There's so many unmet material needs these students face as an obstacle, and they show up to school and they're treated and they're reduced to a test score as their value of humanity. And I think that's terrible. So hopefully you have something going on to help those kids that show up and they're not agreeable. And maybe they have the whole world to show up. Maybe they went to school during the pandemic. Maybe their home life is a mess and they show up to school and they get no support. I was at Mount Pleasant once, and they have like liaisons. They have like a position there as a liaison. And I could tell that a lot of these students, these liaisons, are one of the few people that they feel seen by, that feel supported by, and that feel safe with. And I was watching during passing once as the principal told one of the liaisons, you're not here to be friends with these kids. So this is the culture that is being bred in these schools. So I've been a substitute, well, I started February 2021. And when I got hired, they said, contact a certain person who shall remain nameless. Contact her for placement. I call her up. She literally says, I gotta take a 30, 45-minute break. Let me take a 30, 45-minute break and I'll call you back. And I said, okay, sounds good, knowing full well she would not call me back. And lo and behold, she did not. So I called her back, I got placed. They said, yeah, you'll get a tour, you'll talk to some of the administrators, they'll show you around. What do you want to sub in? I said, anything but math, I'm useless in a math class. I show up, they give me a Chromebook, they put me in a math class. And the support never picked up from there. I lost access to my email almost like within like a month or two. And after several emails to my admin contact, after years of emails from admin contact, never had access to my email. I'll just read what I wrote. I started February 2021. I just tendered my resignation 2 weeks ago. Overall, I received practically no support from the administration. Oh boy. Time flies when you're ranting. I'll just share the anecdote then. The only time I got a response from my admin contact, I had showed up to work a half day at Mount Pleasant. And I go to there and the lead clerk there, Michelle Sylvia, who's lovely to work with. She's always on top of everything. I show up, she says, oh, Mr. DePippo, you're not supposed to be here today. I said, what do you mean? The shift didn't get canceled. She says, oh, call your contact. So I call my contact, it rings. It goes to voicemail. I leave a voicemail, explain the situation. I tell Michelle calls up this contact, picks up in one ring. So the culture administratively is clearly avoidance. I hope you celebrate the successes of the students, but do everything you can to catch those kids before they fall through the cracks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Were you, Ariana? Yeah, 3 minutes, okay?
My name is Ariana Kuhn, and I am a community member and a graduate student. So I will be today reading a student testimony. So this here says, Dear School Board and Superintendent Montanus, since you fired M. Schluter and Sam Wallace, I would like to tell you a few reasons why not to fire them for good. The first reason being M. Schluter helping all of them fabulous students, even if they're not feeling the best. The second reason is that M. Schluter always gives reasons on how not to give up and to persevere with anything, and also not to ever give up. The third reason is that M. Schluter gives all their perseverance into their students. They also help students with their problems if they are having any. If they do not have any problems, they will talk to that student and have that student talk to the counselor. So now I'm going to give you reasons why you shouldn't fire Sam Wallace. The first reason being Sam Wallace helping all their students with anything like work, etc. The second reason being Sam Wallace is the main reason why the school has all these fun events. The third reason being if any students have improvements, they will give them a reward. If they don't have any improvement, Sam will help their students to improve. These reasons show why you should not fire Sam Wallace and M. Schluter. Sincerely, blank, at Del Sesto Middle School in Providence, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Andrew Bone.
Hey, Andrew. Hi. All right, you have 3 minutes.
Reading some student testimony. Dear School Board, Mick Sam is the best librarian and everyone in every grade loves them. Firing them for tenure is unfair and extremely weird since it isn't an actual reason. Every student, including me, would be extremely grateful if they continue teaching here along with Mick Sam. They taught my brother, and she was one of his favorite teachers because of how kind they were to him. You're hurting us by firing them. The reason for it is also extremely unfair. Dear Providence School Department, I have heard and have been told that you have decided to fire two of my favorite teachers, Nick Sam, Nick M, and I have a concern that you fired them because they are non-binary. Please rehire them. This is really messed up. Del Sesto, 6th grader. Nick Sam is a high-quality teacher because they make sure their students are having fun and take care of us like if we were their kids. They are so sweet and lovable, and it would be a shame if they were fired for no exact reason since they did nothing wrong. Instead of focusing on firing two amazing teachers, focus more on how the district treats us as people. Especially with current problems in the world involving deportation situations, I ask the people making this decision to choose wisely and think about the reality without these two amazing and sweet teachers. Another Del Sesto 6th grader.
Thank you.
Ryan Peters. And Schluter. Oh.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ryan Peters. I just wanted to speak on behalf of McSam and put on record some of the history of the Del Sesto Library as it had gone through recent construction over the past several years. So this is a place where I think clearly, in my opinion, Sam's time at Del Sesto, has been a mix of challenges, but I think challenges that they've really shined through. But it's also a place where there's been a lot of clear misalignment between the school needs, professional best practices, and the district's expectations and goals. Sam applied to become the school librarian after that job had been posted for 30 days with no applications for the 2022-23 school year. And previously, Del Sesto had not had a librarian since prior to COVID. To fill this need, this clear need that they saw in the school, Sam enrolled in a master's program at URI, studied and passed the praxis with an above average score, I will note, and started the first year teaching while they were in grad school, and reopening this library after it had been closed for several years. Over that time, it had been essentially used as a storage closet, so you can imagine it was full of spare furniture, masks, sanitizing wipes, all kinds of things. And the collection there was extremely old, right? The average age of those books was 1998, which is over 25 years old at this point. I know it doesn't seem that long it is. And so Sam over the years has gone through this work of buying books using a combination of scholastic dollars, their personal funds, coordinating with retired librarians to get book donations, running GoFundMe campaigns. And I think the success there is that they've now brought that average age up to 2000. So, at least in the current century. But a library is not just a one and done thing, right? Like this library construction, as it's been talked about in past testimonies, it really came with no warning. There was no timeline. There was no indication of when it was going to start or when it was going to end. In that time, Sam, while again being a first-year teacher, had to find a classroom to put the entire collection in, find their own classroom space where they could teach, where they could store their items.
30 seconds.
So I will say in the last 30 seconds, because I'm not nearly close to being done, Sam has continued to run whole school programs through this, has effectively run the library off of a cart for a year and a half. To provide students with access to those books with no clear guidance from the district. And when that library was reopened, they were given, they were required to submit plans for the renewal of that library, which is not something that other librarians are asked to do, and without any sort of clear guidance. So thank you guys.
Thank you. One second. I just want to, so we're past the 30-minute mark. We have quite a few more people coming up with public comment. I want to make a motion to expand public comment on today. Do I have a motion? Motion. Motion been made by the chairman, seconded by Dr. Williamson. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any noes, any abstentions? Motion passes. Madam Clerk.
M. Schluter.
Alright, well, once again, I'm talking about me, I'm so sorry. Alright, so this year as an educator, I exceeded my student learning objectives. My combined chronic and not chronic students demonstrated 55.9% typical growth and 19.6% stretch growth. If I filter by not chronic students, as the interim principal asked me to do, there is a 60.8% typical growth and a 21.5% stretch growth. When we began the school year, 73% of my students were 3 or more grade levels behind. As of their EOI, this dropped to 60%. That's a 13% decrease. 2 grades below rose from 8% to 12. 1 grade rose from 11 to 13. And finally, the number of students at mid or above grade level rose from 5% to 11%. I'm extremely proud of my students. They worked so hard this year to just do, they're amazing. Like, I cannot speak clearly enough about them. They're just amazing, and they worked so hard, and they deserve all the recognition. But with data like this, how am I a bottom 5% teacher, as the district claimed from our meeting? I scored effective on my standard 4 evaluation with a final rating of 347. My first year I was developing with 246. Everything for my standard 4 scoring this year was either a 3 or a 4. If I'm truly the bottom 5% teacher, I don't believe that I'd be receiving multiple effective evaluations that I've had on all year, or been able to help my students achieve the growth that they did. So does the board or PPSC have the data to show the average effective ratings for first, second, and third year teachers? With each passing day, it becomes more and more clear that someone had an agenda, and that is why I was not renewed. The principal never observed me teach a lesson. The transformation officer never observed me teach a lesson. Yet I'm still not renewed by someone who's never stepped foot into my room to see what I do. In this last week of school, I had to field so many questions from my students asking me if I'm going to be back next year, if I've got my job back, and it feels like I have to let them down each time I tell them no. This week, I got to watch my first 5th grade cohort graduate from the 8th grade and accept awards for their various achievements. Next year, my first group of 6th graders are going to be going into the 8th grade. My students this year are nervous about navigating 7th grade next year. And instead of getting to support my students and my students knowing that they have a trusted teacher in their building, I'm still here fighting for my job. I'm not going to stop fighting for my students because they deserve someone in their corner. And that is incredibly important to me that they have the support, but something needs to happen.
Thank you.
Lexi Schnitzer.
Lexi, she's out there.
Have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, let me get my Google Doc up. My name is Lexi Schnitzer, and I am a Providence resident, former AmeriCorps City Year volunteer for Carl G. Laurel Elementary School, and a current child care provider. I'm testifying again on the need for support and resources for trans and non-binary students and staff. It has been 112 days since I last sat in front of you for this, and you have still neglected to take action. I'm outraged and sad for my friend M, who so badly just wants their job. According to a study done by Pew Research Center, 82% of teachers say that the overall state of public K-12 has gotten worse in the last 5 years. M is fighting for this job even though it's so tough to be a teacher. To stand in front of the school board multiple times and explain why they deserve their job, shame on you for letting it come to this. Giving M the runaround for months until the school year is over, while they continue to teach, go to grad school, and help with extracurriculars, and still don't know the future of their career, shameful. They continue to show up despite there not being enough time in the day for lesson planning and grading, despite covering for other classrooms due to understaffing, and wants to work here despite it all. Was any research on the repercussions of non-renewing LGBTQ plus teachers done? If not, shame on you. If there was, well, M was still non-renewed, so shame on you. It's nothing new to not hire or to non-renew LGBTQ plus teachers, and it's very visible what PPSD is up to. Was any thought put into these decisions? It's disturbing. Thank goodness for our LGBTQ plus teachers. I wish I had an M when I was in middle and high school. Maybe I wouldn't have spent as much time feeling so anxious if I knew it was okay to be me and that other people were like me. Maybe I wouldn't have been so terrified of people knowing I had a girlfriend. Maybe I would have found a safe space at school after I came out and my parents didn't accept me. These are what ifs that students today should never have to ask themselves. When we show support and care towards our LGBTQ plus teachers, we are showing our students that they matter. I don't want any student to feel alone like I was made to feel. Their voice, the way they identify, is all valued. We need to do better. As I stated last time I spoke, this is an attack on gender identity. It's a flimsy political statement that is neither fair, just, or legal. It's long past time for you to do the right thing. Renew M, Brandy, and Sam for another year. Thank you again for your consideration of these matters.
Thank you.
Sam Weissman.
Hey, Sam. You have 3 minutes, okay?
Be reading testimony from students. I really want them to stay in the school. They are fun and nice. They care. They are so cool and I love them. Every time that I hurt myself, they always help me. When I'm sad, both of them, when I look sad, they always make sure that I'm okay. Mix Sam are the best teachers I've ever had. Mix M is Mix Sam are the best teachers I've ever had. And I want Mix Sam to stay because I want their next year. I want them next year, and I want them to stay because they're very nice. If a kid is mad or sad, they always talk to them and make them feel comfortable. They're such good teachers, I can't even explain how much I love them. I really hope they get to stay here. They are actually the best teachers I honestly met. So if the school board is reading this, please let them stay. Miss M is one of our favorite teachers. They're funny, make learning fun, and helps us with many things that we're not sure we understand items or more. If they don't teach here anymore, we will be extremely devastated. They're the favorite teacher of many students. If M didn't do anything wrong, they don't deserve to get fired over nothing. If M loves their job and loves us, and they don't want to lose us. I cried, almost cried, just at the thought of losing their job. Firing them is like a stab to the student's back. We all love Miss M, so why fire them over a silly 10-year, which is extremely unfair? Please don't fire Miss M. Dearest school board, I was very sad to hear that 2 of my favorite teachers, Ms. Schuler and Ms. Sam, were fired. They are both amazing, helpful, and supportive teachers. They both help in so many ways, from giving extra help on assignments or helping with problems with other students. They are both a safe space for me and many other students. They both care about me and every other student. They're trying to get rehired because how much they care. So me and the other students at Del Sesto decided to try to help. I started school late after being homeschooled for years, and immediately Ms. Sam helped me feel less nervous. Ms. M helps me so much when I'm confused on work or anything. They both deserve to work here, and if they're not here next year, everyone will be so sad and won't be the same. Please rehire them.
Thank you. And 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kaylee Rockwell, and I'm a social studies teacher at Hope High School. I first want to express my support to the substitute educators in the room who are fighting for the working conditions they deserve. Especially in our current conditions when vacancies are the norm, our school buildings cannot run without high-quality substitutes, and they need wages, benefits, and support that reflect the hard work they put in for our students. I encourage you to advocate on their behalf. I'm also here tonight to continue to advocate for our non-renewed educators, especially Em, Brandy, and Sam, to receive the justice they deserve. As you're all aware, Em, Brandy, and Sam have been searching for answers since they received their non-renewal notices in February. They have not been provided with any evidence to explain their non-renewals. They've received the runaround for months around the process to appeal, and they are just now, 4 months later, receiving a session from the school board. And there's no telling how long they will have to wait for their next hearing from RIDE. During this time, they've been forced to carry on as normal. They have shown up for their students. Brandy coached the Webster basketball team this winter, while Sam and Em directed Del Cesar's musical, which you've heard about, in addition to all the other work that excellent teachers do. They have shown up to advocate for themselves here and elsewhere, testifying and mobilizing the community to help them achieve justice. They have done all this while they have watched their jobs get filled, while their administrators refuse to acknowledge them, and while they wait for someone to finally act on their behalf. This treatment they have endured should sound disturbing to anyone, but is especially disturbing to me as a civics teacher. We are all watching the devolution of due process across the country. I think most of us in Providence think we are better than that, and yet we are again watching PPSD and RIDE act as authoritarian bodies unaccountable to the community. The tactics they have used, delaying and moving hearings, failing to provide evidence, obscuring who is responsible to make decisions, are the same ones they've used multiple times, including against families at Broad Street, Laurel, and 360. They are clear violations of due process and transparent governance, and we have allowed them to get away with it for far too long. We are doing everything we can to fight for what is right, what is fair, and what is just for our students. The community has made it clear that they are against the non-renewals of these proven high-quality educators. If we are to truly believe that Providence is better than that, we need to put our words into motion into act. I hope that you will recommend to RIDE to rescind the non-renewals, and that we will continue to hold RIDE accountable until Em, Brandy, and Sam have their jobs back. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Indiana Jones.
Okay, and 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Emiliana Jones. I was a PPSC student. I'm a community member and I graduated from Classical High School. Before I read this student testimony, I just want to say how important it is for students to learn from people that they can relate to and that they like. If they do not like their teachers, they are not going to learn. And I can be a definite example of that. So I can read these testimonies. Miss M is an amazing teacher. She is an amazing teacher for these reasons. They teach us what we need for the next grade. They teach us how to be respectful and to respect people. Miss M is also very respectful to us and their peers/coworkers. I'm very upset that they might lose their job. Please don't fire them. They are an amazing teacher and the best teacher. Miss M is the sweetest teacher ever. They were one of the only teachers that helped me when I was getting bullied and being called homophobic slurs. And Miss M would do anything for their students. They also listen to you when you talk, unlike some other teachers. If you are in trouble, Miss M will help. They care for the students in this school. I think firing them would be a huge mistake. I think Miss Sam should keep their job because they are nice and that they would do anything for people to make them happy. And for Miss M, they are also the same as Miss Sam, and that they really know how to make people happy and they keep us safe. Miss M is a high quality teacher. because they are the reason I went up in the iReady diagnostic. Without Ms. M, none of us would have passed any of the tests that they have given us, especially on the standard mastery check. When I found out Ms. M and Ms. Sam got fired, I was raging because I thought you guys were being really selfish. I want to tell the district to focus more on how they're affecting other people's feelings. Ms. M has the ability to understand and treat us as individual people and not as just one group of students. They treat us with respect and kindness. Therefore, I see no reason why they need to lose their job. Based on the diagnostic for the end of the year, everyone did amazing and better than the diagnostic at the beginning of the year. In some situations, students even went up to the 7th and 8th grade on the diagnostic. I ask that the people making this decision choose carefully, because this is a real life situation and not a game that you can restart. And again, as a community member and previous Providence School student, I ask you to reconsider your decision to non-renew these teachers. These students need them, and without them, they are not going to show up and they are not going to continue their education.
Thank you.
Shannon McLeod.
Thank you. Yes, I'll try to talk fast. My name is Shannon McLeod. I'm the Vice President of High Schools for the PTU. I'm also an English teacher leader in the district. And very recently, like 3 weeks ago, I received my MA in English Language Arts teaching for MLL students. So I'm actually coming to you with that in mind today. When it comes to MLLs, especially at the high school level, I'm very passionate that we advocate for what's necessary for them. PPSD is teaching AP seminar to long-term MLLs, which are students who have been in the program for 6 years and are no longer receiving MLL services. However, they don't elect to take it. They're kind of stuck because they've taken all the other ELD levels that we have and there's nothing left for them. They haven't received an exit score in the access test, which, as we know, those I think went from 4.5 to 4.9 recently, so that keeps changing. The goalposts keep moving. So another issue is with this course is that if students do pass this AP exam at the end of the year, colleges don't accept it as college credit. So even if our kids get a 4 on this exam, because we don't offer the other half of the capstone process for AP, our kids are sitting through a 3-hour exam for nothing. I don't understand why we're asking students to take a class and a stressful exam that won't give them that college credit. I can't find anything that shows that AP seminar is appropriate for language acquisition. When this first came up, Carol Pagan, who at the time was serving as a vice president of special pops for the union, and we both spoke with the ML director about this, and she was unable to show us anything that showed that this would help language acquisition. I would actually stress that the district's PVDA course, which was revamped prior to COVID, will be a far more effective way of supporting our students when it comes to the 4 language domains. In fact, the district rubric for this was created with AP capstone standards in mind, but it takes away the very expensive cost of AP testing and the unnecessary stress of a high-stakes test. AP classes should be something students elect to take, not something they have to take in place of a language class. And I know personally for me, I teach an EEP class for PCTA, and I have ML students elect to take that all the time. They do wonderful, so this isn't me saying they shouldn't have access to these courses, but they should want to take them. I also wonder, now that the district has a new ELD curriculum, do we need AP seminar for the language acquisition course? Could these long-term ML students use the highest level of that curriculum because they've never seen it? So maybe that could help them more with their second language acquisition. I know we have summer on the brain, but as a teacher, I'm already on to next year, guys. I've been planning. So I really hope something can be done to give these students options without wasting crucial student time and giving them the language supports they actually need. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shannon.
Pamela Montes.
Hey, you have to read minutes, okay? Please read your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Pamela Montez. I'm a Providence resident. I grew up in Providence and was a PPSD student, and I currently work in higher education at Rhode Island College. Sam Wallace is a close friend of mine, and I know how passionate they are about their students and teaching. So let's get one thing straight here. I'm sure after hearing all of these testimonies, we can all agree in this room that these teachers are not doing poorly. They're going above and beyond. The non-renewals are a big mistake, and it is targeted to the LGBTQ plus community. They'll be taking away teachers that would have had me looking forward to go to school every day. So Sam, I'm gonna read a student testimony now. Sam works hard with teaching, helps with grading subs assignments, and very sweet. They love their job and have dedication. Them losing their job is extremely horrible and feels targeting, since most teachers being fired are all LGBTQ plus ones. It is unfair treatment to them and everyone else affected by this. To the people making this choice, I hope you guys know how much Sam impacts this school, helps students, teachers, their coworkers, and subs. They have made good impacts to teachers and kids, and they deserve to keep doing what makes them happy. So a lot of people, and not just me, sees this action as a movement against LGBTQ staff, which can be horrible and make LGBTQ kids feel terrible. All I'm saying is Sam is a good teacher, and everyone who is getting fired deserves to keep their jobs. They have all impacted someone, and it means a lot to keep them. Sam is a good member of the PPSD, and so are others getting fired. They deserve to keep working. Just another one. Sam has been nothing but kind to me and my other classmates all school year. Although we don't constantly agree or get along, I've met very few teachers as patient and understanding as Sam has been. I can tell they really do love their job, even on bad days. To take that away seems very unfair and inhumane. This is from another student. They are the best library teacher, and they, non-binary, they need to stay in the Del Sesto. Miss Sam is a special part in the Del Sesto. I don't think they should fire them. Sam is the best teacher. They shouldn't lose their job. Students like Sam's class a lot. I have Sam's classes and they teaches a lot of stuff. So Sam shouldn't lose their job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jake Gogats.
Hello.
Please read your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I am Jake Bogats. I am a former PPSD teacher. I'm a member of Seven Stars Workers United and UFCW Local 328, and I am the labor chair of the Rhode Island DSA. I thought I would tell a story to start this. In the wake of Pride Month and these 3 non-binary educators being targeted for their organizing. All right. In February 1989, activists with the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power went to Bethesda, Maryland to demand that the FDA approve the experimental drug DHPG for use among those dying from AIDS. Activists had figured out that DHPG could help people suffering from AIDS, in particular to help people from going blind. The FDA committee was reticent at first. They claimed that they didn't have enough data to approve the drug. The committee argued that suffering patients just needed to wait until the process was sorted out as it normally was. ACT UP did not accept this answer. They showed up to the meeting with clocks to show that time was passing and that patients did not have time to wait. Soon enough, that committee made the drug available. I tell this story during Pride Month in the wake of 3 non-binary educators being targeted for their organizing, being subjected to a drawn-out Byzantine process that is clearly designed to diminish their spirits and encourage them to give up. Instead, we are here yet again demanding that you revoke these non-renewals. One thing to learn from this story is that when a committee appeals to process and what they are able to do, you are playing pretend. You have the power to defend these teachers' jobs, but you are choosing not to. I understand that many of you are newly elected. You spend a lot more time with each other and the school district than you do with the teachers or community. I believe that many of you want to help these teachers. Hence the resolution you passed in March. The school board passed a resolution stating the following. You called for a full review, urging the rescission of these non-renewals for proper vetting, requested a temporary pause and moratorium on non-renewals, and you demanded policy updates on revising fair and consistent processes. This resolution is full of deferential language. It makes it seem like the school board cannot make this call itself. Instead, you have to beg RIDE for permission. And maybe RIDE can actually dismiss these teachers without your permission, but why concede that power without testing it? I have said this before to the school board. In 2021, I was part of a cohort of teachers up for non-renewal. But then there was a sex scandal where the president of the secondary schools was arrested for assaulting a young man in a locker room. So the school board tossed out all of the non-renewals that year so that they could address the toe popper business. And there was no hearing then, and there was no deference to process. In your resolution, you demand policy updates. Why not demand these teachers keep their jobs instead of simply urge? Why not simply pass the resolution and toss out the non-renewals? Yeah, sure, maybe RIDE would fire these teachers anyway, but at least you would be on the right side of history, because from where we sit right now, you are not. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Colin. 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Colin Whitney. I'm a middle school ESL teacher at Del Sesto Middle School, and I'm going to actually read testimony from a substitute special education teacher. However, before I do that, I just want to say on record, it's the second time I'm here speaking in support of Mick Schluter and Mick Wallace. And also, I really appreciate Stefan bringing up that it's really important to acknowledge the students and student successes, and particularly the students who fall through the cracks. Graduation is something to celebrate, but those students are graduating in spite of the education system, not because of its incompetence. And it's great that you took a picture with those students to celebrate their successes, but I sure hope you earn the right to appear in that picture, because you really need to show up here and prove that you contributed to that success. And also, before we talk about graduation, how about we talk about the quality of the education that they receive, and not just focus on kicking them out the door and on statistics and saying that this number of students graduated. Because the quality of education in Providence schools is awful. It's terrible. And I'm not talking about educators, I'm talking about the system. I'm talking about the fact that we don't have teachers in classrooms. I'm talking about the fact that the subs, you just cut their pay is gone, right? It's terrible. And on that note, I'm going to keep going with substitute teachers' testimony. I'm a special education substitute teacher in the Providence Public School District. I'm also a transgender woman, and to my knowledge, the only openly trans female faculty member in any Providence elementary school. In light of discrimination I myself have received from school admins, as well as the non-renewals of 3 non-binary educators, I have chosen to remain anonymous for the statement. As a special ed substitute in PTSD, I have witnessed conditions that no person deserves to teach in, let alone learn in. An alarming amount of special education environments here lack the necessary staff to give kids the services they're entitled to. In fact, roughly half the kids I've taught across dozens of classrooms are not receiving at least one IEP service. For example, there was a months-long period at Webster Elementary where only 9 out of 55 IEP students were getting the services they are legally entitled to. Whole schools are without services, like speech therapy. At Anthony Carnevale Elementary, there was a K-2 special education room with no teacher, which for most of the year didn't even have permanent TAs in the room. There were essentially no rules, no learning taking place there. Many of these classrooms do not even have a qualified teacher assigned to them. It's incredibly common to see rooms covered for months or even the full year by an uncertified sub like me and 1 or 2 TAs, sometimes pulled in from other rooms where they are also needed. I spoke too long. I apologize to this person who wrote this gorgeous testimony. I'm not going to be able to finish it. However, I'm going to jump to the end. Here we see yet another example of an age-old labor issue. Often the workers who are in need of the most protection are entitled to the least. And like everything else that goes wrong in a school district, the ones who pay the heftiest price are the ones with the least influence over these conditions, the children themselves. But you have influence over these conditions, so I urge you to improve them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Judith Dixon. I am a district-wide speech and language pathologist. I use she, her pronouns. I just wanted to say before I read my testimony that I also do support the subs in their efforts to get better conditions. They are vital to our school community. So I'm speaking again today also to support the non-renewed teachers. A couple of weeks ago, I went to a really awesome musical at Del Sesto Middle School. I went with my 11-year-old son, who is autistic and has ADHD, and usually can't sit for anything but Minecraft. He sat through the whole musical and said his only criticism was that there weren't enough scenes. This amazing musical that showcased some excellent young talent and brought the community together on a Friday night happened because of Mix Sam and Mix M. It was obvious how involved and connected these two professionals were with their students. Mix Sam spoke to those gathered there in both English and Spanish during the intermission. As someone who has specialized in fostering language development my whole adult life, I see the immense value of having professionals in our school that speak more than one language. I am deeply troubled that these two educators will no longer be there for their students next year, even though we have a teacher recruitment and retention problem. A few days after the musical, I bumped into Brandy Tucker and discovered that they had reached their funding goal for their end-of-year field trip by having students sell popsicles after school. Brandy also spoke about being deflated because they were dealing with the realization that every end-of-year event was now the last one for them, such as the last basketball game for the team they had coached. Again, I was disturbed that an educator who clearly showed such regard for their students was being fired. As I said last time I testified, 1.6% of the population is estimated to be non-binary. There were 465 probationary teachers in Providence this school year. 1.6% of 465 is about 7. 3 of 7 is almost half of all the potential non-binary probationary teachers losing their jobs. In addition, we are losing 3 active union members who are dedicated to making conditions better for teachers and students. This feels like a deliberate attempt to stifle current and future teacher organizing. I am therefore asking tonight that we finally end this agony for these teachers who have stayed working for 4 months knowing they are non-renewed, but without any just cause. Please let the Commissioner know that it is time to work hard to reverse this injustice, to stand up for dedicated teachers, to protect speech, workplace organizing, and the right to non-discrimination based on gender identity. Thank you.
Aubrey Johnson? Oh, there you go. How are you?
Good evening. My name is Aubrey Johnson. I am co-chair for the Parent Advisory Council as well as a member of the Equity Advisory Board. I am here today to talk to you about the Respect Student Equity Leadership Program. The RESPECT program, which stands for Raising Expectations for Student Perspectives, Experiences, Consciousness, and Traditions, was created and is run through the Office of Equity and Belonging, which, sidebar, is a 2-person department. 2. It consists of school leader-selected students from every middle school, every high school, and currently 3 elementary schools. It's been there for 2 years, and it started with no elementary schools, and due to demand, now we have 3. During conferences, students develop project action plans to foster equity in their school communities and are provided with tools to help motivate and empower students as they work to implement their plans, leading to them presenting their projects at a community final conference. Some examples of the student projects are improving student-teacher relations, anti-bullying, improving school culture, peer-to-peer mentoring, waste management, and identifying and understanding and combating implicit bias in schools. Now, I have been to every conference since it started. I've watched these students grow. I've seen the light bulbs go off. I've seen the excitement. I've seen the motivation. I've seen the collaboration. I say all of this and I give you all this information because last month at the school board meeting, I did hear from school board members and the superintendent about the last conference where the students did present. I heard the excitement, I heard how great it was, I heard how everybody loved it, and the students are doing such great things. The problem is they might not be able to do these great things next year because the Office of Equity and Belonging has received a budget of $2,000. That's not a budget for the Respect conferences. That's a budget for the whole department. And if you go on the website, you look under the Office of Equity and Belonging, you can see everything that they do. And $2,000 is not enough. Especially, I did some searching and I saw that in the budget, we have items such as wearing apparel for $46,000. That's proposed for next year. We have $28,000 in advertising.
30 seconds.
We have $768,561 in miscellaneous services. I could go on. My point is, $2,000 is not enough, and I need us to put our money where our mouths are. These students are doing great things. They are working outside of school. They're doing extra work. They're doing it to make change. These are our student leaders. This affects not just the students, but the community. It affects us. It's all of us. I need our money where our mouths are. I know we have trouble with money, but I know we can find the funds, and $2,000 is just not enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Faith Anaya.
Hello.
3 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Faith Anaya, and I'm a current graduate student at URI pursuing a master's in teaching secondary math. This year I completed my student teaching at the Met in Providence. And prior to starting at URI, I served in City Year AmeriCorps for 2 years at Del Sesto Middle School. I'm actually going to finish off the testimony that Colin started from our anonymous friend. So I'm going to read that about where he left off. At Anthony Carnevale Middle School, there was a K through 12 special education room with no teacher, which for most of the year didn't even have permanent TAs in the room. There were essentially no rules or learning taking place there. Many of these classrooms do not even have a qualified teacher assigned to them. It's incredibly common to see rooms covered for months or even a full year by an uncertified sub like me and 1 or 2 TAs, sometimes pulled in from other rooms where they are also needed. These types of coverages can last months or even the whole year, with many subs having to ask for help from certified teachers to write curriculums for them since one is not provided. Even when fully staffed, I've witnessed scenes eerily similar to the type of negligence of special needs children that the district preschools were recently sued for. I witnessed a K-12 special education room at Barton Gregorian where the teacher barely interacted with the kids and spent most of her time on her laptop, preferring to give them completely unstructured time, including hours of laptop usage with no supervision. She refused any help or suggestions, so I put in a complaint against her, at least the third one filed to my knowledge. And I was requested by the principal at Barton to act as a watchdog in her classroom, recording every wrong thing that she did minute by minute, so that they could use it as evidence in a theoretical action against her. It was implied to me that this would be the only way to take action against her behavior, and the principal seemed surprised when I declined based on the simple fact that my job is to teach children. I never signed up to be a part-time unpaid HR employee as well. In fact, for a role that is literally titled hard to fill, I was shocked by the amount of administrators that seem set on shunting me into other roles. At least a third of the time that I arrived ready to work with the special needs kids I signed up to work with that day, I am told by office staff that I will actually be in a gen ed room today. It's often considered to be making a small, inconsequential change or relieving me of the perceived difficulty of special ed. My unwillingness to do a job that isn't mine is often met with shock and dismissive assurances that I will still be paid the special ed rate. But for me, this isn't an issue of money. Fraudulent special ed listings are yet another way the district's special needs children are having resources diverted away from them. I started calling HR when offices refused to assign me to the special ed jobs I was called in for, and HR was surprised to hear this happens at all, let alone very consistently, and were happy to send me home with pay when it did. However, their surprise said to me that most special ed subs in the district do not have the privilege to risk losing a day of work by refusing to work outside of their job description. The offices certainly take advantage of this. I've been told by multiple offices with a wink that I won't tell HR if you will, implying that only results of telling HR would be miss a day of work or pay the gen ed rate of $70 less per day.
Thank you.
Taylor Con Perry. Taylor Con Perry.
Is Taylor here? One more time.
Taylor Con Perry.
All right, if Taylor is not here, that will conclude public comment this evening. We will be moving over to items 8.1, school board member comment. Is there any members that would like to comment? Chairman Mackey?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank the community for showing up today with everything. Back on March 19, I introduced a resolution asking the district to pause and fully review the non-renewal notice sent to non-tenure educators, including teachers and librarians. Tonight, I want to make it clear that I will be voting no, rejecting the superintendent's recommendation to move forward with this renewal. You want to know why? Why? Because these educators were treated, the way they were treated is simply wrong. The process was not fair, not transparent, and no respectful at all. Saying that we want more qualified teachers without giving the clear reason or evidence is not good enough. In fact, I believe the way this was handled amounts to abuse. Many of these educators are respected by their students, co-workers. Some are LGBTQ+. Letting them go without a clear explanation, especially during this time when this community are under attack and nationwide, is deeply troubling to me. We always say we believe in equity, diversity, and inclusion. But if we truly mean that, we have to show it in how we treat our educators. That means giving them an honest evaluation, fair treatment, and also real opportunity, not just quiet removal behind the doors. This vote is it's not about this educator. It's about standing up for fairness. It's about protecting our value. It's about making sure our teachers feel safe, supported, and respected. Thank
you.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for coming out and speaking. And I wanted to make I voted in favor of Chair Nagabu's resolution, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the subs. I actually substituted at Alvarez High School, and a lot of the same gripes that people brought up, I had the exact same ones. It was one of the most challenging things I've ever done. I was extremely unsupported, and part of it has been the reason I decided to serve in this capacity. So I know that there's a lot of work to do regarding subs and fighting for subs. I'm hoping some of you know Maya Chavez, who actually heard a lot of my gripes and pushed me to advocate at a couple RIDE board meetings. So please, find some time to get my number down. Let's have coffee and let's see, what else we can do, what else I can learn about how we can make things better for subs and all teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other school board member comment? If not, we will be moving over to item 9.0, which is an action item, which is in fact open session.
Can I make a motion to?
Really quick, Chairwoman, can you?
Hello?
Yes.
Can I make a motion to move the presentation up so that way we can keep those executive session and the discussions together? We were advised by the attorney.
Oh,
So,
okay, so there is a motion to move items, what is this item? 10.1 to 9.1. Is there a second? It's been seconded by, Ms. Hughes. Any discussion? Dr. Williamson.
I just have a question. What was the the rationale was just to have the conversations all back to back?
I believe that, if I may add, I think because the folks that would be presenting to us on the open session item that is similar to the executive session item, that it would be more expedient to have those items back to back, and council has requested that we consider rearranging these items so that we're not sort of taking the same type of item, one in open, one in executive session.
Is there any other discussion? So I would just offer really quick the rationale. So I knew that there was going to be a large community here on today. So I in fact recommended that it be before the presentation. I do know that there's also city folks here that are ready to present. But there is in fact a motion and a second. I will in fact be voting no on this only because I know that there are community folks here. But that's just my thing. So there's been a motion, a second. Any just all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Any nays?
Nay.
Nay by Mr. Chairman Higginbotham. Any abstentions? All right. We have one abstention. We have 2 noes and all ayes. The motion passes, which means we will be in fact bringing up the presentations on facilities and capital planning. Yes. How are you? Ms. Courtney Hawkins, Deputy Superintendent Scott. Anybody else coming up?
Good evening, members of the school board. We'll first do some quick introductions. I know we're familiar with each other, but I want to introduce some colleagues that I work closely with on many things, but much of which is on our capital plan. So again, Zach Scott, Deputy Superintendent of Operations for PPSD.
Courtney Hawkins, Chief Operating Officer for the City of Providence.
Joe DeSanti, Director of Program Management, Downs Construction, City's OPM for the school construction.
So our goal today is to give an overview of our capital plan. Obviously, it is a plan, as you'll see, that has taken a long time to develop. There's a lot of thought that's gone into it. And we have a series of slides to go through, but what I don't want to get lost in kind of throughout all the information we're going to share is just how exciting this work is. You know, in my tenure here, when I first started, all of this stuff felt very, very, very far away. We joked that we would have to go to other cities to show our students and faculty members new schools. But 5 years in, we have proof points in Providence of how impactful and important this work can be. It comes with a lot. It's complicated. It involves a lot of hard decisions. But what I don't want to lose track of is how exciting and how impactful this once in a lifetime opportunity. So we're pleased to be with you today. And our goal is to really cover the full context of the capital plan, where it started, the kind of drivers of it, as well as where it's going, knowing that we could take a full day to do that. So please ask questions as we go through, and I know we'll be back with you again, and we always recommend folks come to our school building committees where we give them monthly updates on this. So broadly, we'll talk through our capital plan priorities, where it started, and then we'll talk about what we have longer term, and frankly, what we think a lot of the discussions we'll have in the community and with this board in the coming year, as we think we'll face a number of decisions, exciting ones, around the future state of the capital plan. So and we'll share some more data behind this, but for anyone, our board members, certainly our faculty members, students know that our schools have suffered from decades of underinvestment. Many of our schools, and we'll show some stats, 70% just a few years ago were in buildings that were poor, poorly rated facilities. So lots and lots of challenges that didn't happen overnight. But we do have a kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity to change that. So collectively around $1 billion in funding, thanks to kind of once in a lifetime reimbursement from the state and RIDE, the voters of Providence and the leadership of our city and city council. So we're incredibly excited to, again, get to a place where I think just a few years ago, people didn't know, including myself, really what was possible until we saw it. And now we've been able to see some proof points and really want to show everyone what our students deserve. So what you'll see here are, I'm not going to go blow by blow because there's a lot here, but it is the kind of various iterations of our capital plan. And I think what I really want to drive home here is when you talk about a capital plan that in total encompasses $1 billion, it didn't start like that. So it's not that we kind of knew we had $1 billion and you kind of charted it out. It started with $100 million, which is, again, a significant amount of money in 2018. But over time, that has grown. And that has meant we have had to rethink our plan each time that happens because more and more was possible. So before this last phase 4 was approved, which was $400 million, we were able to think bigger, but now we've been able to really think as a district-wide plan versus one that originally really had a smaller focus. So with that, what's important is just to have kind of a guiding set of principles that we focus on, and these should be familiar. They are what we talk about in our previous presentations with you, in our school building committee meetings, and in our any of our community engagement sessions. But here are a few of the priorities that help drive our capital plan. And the next set of slides, I kind of want to go through each of these in order to dive in a little bit further because they are different and important to some of the decisions that we make. So first is big transformational projects. So this is focusing on full school renovations rather than simple kind of Band-Aid fixes, which were some of the challenges we saw with the prior capital plans, and I'll explain why that's important. Second is alignment with programmatic change. So using, the goal, the purpose of this plan, like any of the work we do, is to improve student outcomes, and so making sure this plan is aligned with where we want to go as a district programmatically. Third is maximizing funding in newer and fewer buildings. So this is both a way to get the biggest bang for our buck and also plan not only for the student body and portfolio of schools we have now, but also the student body that we project in the years to come. And then lastly is build where families live and ensure all communities benefit from construction. So to talk about why we're focused on big transformational projects. When, rewind 4 or 5 years, we had a capital plan that had, again, in real large sums of money, $1 million, but really spread thinly across our 40 schools, or 40, at the time, 40 schools in 2019. So when you spread the capital plan that thin, a couple things happen. First is you go in and you fix the floors, only to have to come back 3 years later because you forgot to fix the leaky roof, and you really can't get out of this vicious cycle. Also, a lot of that work can be done, and you could walk in and ask staff and students if the learning experience is different, and it likely isn't because you are just doing some very, very basic repairs. It also doesn't get as high of a reimbursement rate when you're doing teaching and learning changes. So all in all, it really led to a plan that was suboptimal and didn't allow us to really make an impact on teaching and learning. So it was roughly, I think, on average, $2 million a year or $3 million a year in capital planning, capital funds. Meaning, if you did that for each year over and over, it would take 300 years to just address the basic facilities quality issues we have. So that is why we're focused on making truly kind of full school scale changes here. Next is aligning to programmatic changes. And so I know we've talked with this group a bit, and it's something we talk a lot during our engagement sessions, but we want to make sure this plan focuses on student outcomes and yields better outcomes for our students and staff members. So Two areas that we focused on in this have been both the expansion of pre-kindergarten, so offering more spaces that are built for our littlest learners, as well as a continuum of learning from pre-K through 8. So let me talk about both of those in turn. So pre-K, a significant body of research that expanding access to early education is incredibly important and has long-lasting impacts for student learning. Also incredibly important for our community to support families who are looking for early education or childcare options. So kind of a no-brainer and something we all agree, across PPSD, RIDE, and the city of its importance. And so what we've learned is those spaces are obviously different. They have different furniture, different layouts, different toilets. So we want to make sure those spaces are built for our earliest learners, and it's something that we've seen in explosive growth, particularly in early childhood special education, which we'll talk about later in the presentation. The second is moving towards more schools that offer pre-K 8 options. So right now, just to walk you through, and you may have experienced this as a student or as a parent, but if you're in Providence, typically what you'll do is you'll be in an elementary school. That elementary school may have 50 students per grade, 70 students per grade, in some cases 100. When you hit 6th grade, you enter another lottery, and then you go to a middle school, and that middle school typically will have 200 or 300 students per grade. Some students thrive in that transition, but many don't. And I think when we look at our student outcomes, middle school is where we see some of our biggest challenges, and there are certainly a number of reasons for that. But one of our concerns has been the way student transitions happen in our district and what that means for student learning. We also know there's a lot of research to support schools implementing or districts implementing pre-K models where you minimize transitions, you keep school communities together longer, and in this case, offering more options for middle school options beyond the 6 or the 7 we have today. So it's something we've talked a lot about. Obviously, there's a lot of planning that needs to go into this, so making sure our construction is aligned to support that. Because some of the feedback we've heard as we talk with other teachers who've done this is they've done it in a case where they're retrofitting older buildings, and that often doesn't work. And so what's really important about this is the capital plan is really designing spaces specifically to support a pre-K model where you take advantage of a larger school community, but you are designing in a way to keep the different ages of learners separate. So next priority is maximizing funding in newer and fewer buildings. And so there are a number of different components to this, and it's going to take me a few slides to go through. So we know that, and we've talked about this at a previous board meeting, we've seen, like other districts in Rhode Island, across the state and across the region, declines in enrollment over the past decade, being down roughly 3,000 students since 2019. And because of the size of our cohorts moving forward, we anticipate further enrollment declines. And so the construction that we're doing needs to plan for those enrollment changes, both not only the students we have today, but what we expect in the future. And so it's important to note that the construction is obviously not causing those enrollment declines. But it gives us an opportunity to make sure we are building the number of buildings we need to serve the students we have both today and in the years to come. So this is just a little bit about what we've shared with you previously around enrollment declines. So some of that has been what we've seen in prior years, from around 23,000 to a little less than 20,000. What you see here is just based on the change in cohorts. So the number of 12th graders exiting versus the number of kindergartners we have in a given year yields this kind of decline that we anticipate over the years ahead. So that is something that we have, to be responsible, have to plan for. The reason why this is incredibly important to plan for is obviously as enrollment declines or enrollment changes, we need to make sure the resources that come with state funding for those students declines. And if you are spreading the same amount of money but over a larger set of schools, you're often able to not provide as robust staffing, social emotional supports, art, music, and PE that you may be able to if you have the kind of appropriate number of schools. You're also heating, cleaning, and cooling a larger number of buildings, many of which are older. And so, this is why when you're designing a capital plan, you have to think about the not only what you have today, but also what you have in the years ahead. And so a lot of what we're trying to do is make sure that the number of schools and the number of buildings we have matches the student body over time. I will also just mention, obviously, the major focus here is around our larger capital plan. That includes our bond-funded projects. But we've done a lot of work collectively with RIDE, the city, and PPSD to be thoughtful about getting as much as we can for our dollar. So a couple items I'll mention. The first is a first of its kind revolving fund that we launched several years ago that had not been in place in Providence. And what this allows us to do is, historically, the district would spend money on emergency repairs. That money would come out of our operating budget. We would, it would be a one-time expense if a boiler broke or if a roof broke. But what we took advantage of is creating a revolving fund where the city and the district put in funds together that can be used over and over again to do those repairs. So with a 90% reimbursement, we spend $1 million in 1 year, we'll see $900,000 back the following year that can be used over and over again. So it allows us to do repairs and have a steady stream of income to support our capital revolving fund projects. And so this has allowed us to do some exciting, if you remember back in the pandemic, we installed bottle filling stations across our schools, moving away from kind of the old fashioned bubblers. We've been able to make changes in teaching and learning spaces and also address some of the urgent and emergency repairs that we have to deal with every year. Just a few more. We've taken advantage of the facilities equity initiative, so we were able to rehabilitate library and media centers in all of our elementary schools. We also have taken advantage of swing space. And so swing space is allows us to do construction quicker, get more for our dollars when we do construction. Because when you don't have swing space, you're often having to do work that's either very disruptive, can be disruptive for student learning, or just takes an excessive amount of time because you're having to do that work after hours and over the summer. And then lastly, we're designing our buildings for the next century, not only in terms of student learning, but also for energy efficiency. So there are some standards that RIDE holds us to around minimizing our impact, our carbon footprint. It's also a goal of the city. And so this is something that also not only is good for teaching and learning, but also we feel good for our students in our community. So lastly is making sure the work we do prioritizes and impacts communities across the city. And so what you'll see here are our construction projects, both those that have been completed. So again, exciting that a lot of this has already been completed, even though there's much more to go. So we have seen full school rebuilds of the Nardici Learning Center, which is currently used for swing space for Kazarian, for Debate Elementary School, Frank Spaziano Elementary School, Pleasant View Elementary School, and then significant renovations at both Classical High School and Hope High School. Those are the projects that have been completed. Phase 2, these are kind of the next on deck for construction, our Frank Spaziano Middle School, so that will be one of our first pre-K-8s, 2 buildings right across the street from one another. The Harry Kazarian Pre-K-8 and the Fogarty Pre-K-8. We were actually at both those schools this week talking with their school communities and showing some of our the initial designs and floor plans for those buildings. And then lastly, in phase 3, before we talk about phase 4, are Lima, Messer, Mount Pleasant, and Kennedy. So those are just behind the phase 2 construction, but we're actually in design. We're in design and we'll have floor plans relatively soon. So what you'll see here are some renderings of what some of our schools that are in design will look like, subject to further refinement design, but we're excited about what we're seeing in these schools. Here's some of the other ones that have been Debate, Del Sesto, and Classical High School. Then to talk through some of the decision-making and approval process and engagement. So I think part of the reason it was important that we have members of the city, PPSD, Downs, and while RIDE's not here, they're an incredibly important partner in this. But we all work collectively together on this, and I actually think of all the challenges and that can have in working on a big, challenging cross-functional project, we're all proud of the work we've been able to do together on this. So we all play different roles. RIDE is responsible not only for Providence, but for the state as the school building authority in approving kind of final designs and approving projects that go through them that are ultimately reimbursed by the state. We as a district help set the programmatic vision for schools and help closely plan and make sure that the program that we're designing in our schools meets the needs of our students. The city helps both oversee the, I don't know if you can, I don't want to speak for you, Gordon, but oversees the owner's project manager and Downs, who we also work closely with, does a tremendous amount of work on the bonding and finance and actually procuring all the work that happens for this. So working incredibly hard side by side with us. And then Downs helps serve as our program, the city's project manager for all these projects. So obviously Joe's not swinging a hammer, but is working with a number of vendors who are all doing various works across the district. And school building committee, so sorry, very important body. We'll have next slide to talk more about them. They are a body that was created under statute that is in place for all districts. It was the Providence School Building Committee was dormant for quite some time, and then was revitalized in 2020 or 2021. It has kind of statutory authority, like there's authority ascribed to what they do and who the membership is, and so you'll see the membership here includes a variety of folks in various positions, both members of the district, the city, the school board, the city council, parent representatives, community representatives, school principals, and again, many of these are required roles that the school building committee must have. So we've added additional, I can't remember if you need a parent representative, but that's something that's important that we have. But some of these are kind of statutory described in terms of what school districts need to have for the school building committee. But their role, just to be really clear, because it is important, they are helping to approve construction projects. So they don't kind of make programmatic decisions. Those are done by the district. So if the district decides to move a facility, merge a facility, close a facility, that is done by the school district. But the school building committee is the one that would approve a project at Kazarian for X amount of money. And so those are the discussions we have about the different projects that we're considering, or when bond funding becomes available, how we make recommendations on different projects. And I certainly want to acknowledge Ms. Hughes, who's been a member of the school building committee for quite some time and has been instrumental in helping us, providing feedback throughout the life of this school building committee. To add on a little bit beyond the decision-making process is community engagement related to the capital plan. It's something we've done kind of consistently for the past 3 or 4 years in various settings. So often we are trying to go present and share information in different forums. So we have a school building committee meeting every month. We're in front of the school board once or twice a year to provide updates on the plan. But really, a lot of the work happens either in partnership with city council members, where we are joining a ward meeting, often in those cases to talk to community members who may or may not have students in schools. And then we're meeting with faculty and students and families at schools where we are doing active construction. So in particular, the past month, prior to the end of school, we have had a lot of meetings with the Messer community, the Kazarian community, Mount Pleasant, Lima, Kennedy, and I'm sure I'm forgetting one, but lots of meetings just to make sure we had one touch point before we went over the summer. So it's yielded over 80 public events over the past 3 years. So it's a lot of work, but work that's been really important and helpful in shaping the capital plan. So what we've talked through so far has been the first 3 phases were those that are either completed or in active design. What you see here is the next phase that was approved by the city council as part of the last round of bond funding. And so these projects have not started, but will start in the next few years. And there's some decisions we need to make on sequencing and how these projects will be conducted, particularly as we get clear ideas on the budgets and designs for the current projects that are underway. So these were ones that I think you've seen before, but were previously approved by the city council and the school building authority. So here's an overview, kind of long-term after we're done with phase 4 of all the major construction projects, both those that are in either fully renovated or those restored and new. So overall, it helps us get 19,000 seats plus in newer like new schools, either 19 new buildings and 9 restored new buildings. It takes additional square footage offline, so that is a savings to the district that can be reinvested in schools. And beyond just facilities, it's ensuring modern security and technology in all of our new or elected buildings. So I can pause there. What I want to talk about next is like looking ahead and some of the just a few slides on the next kind of 6 to 12 months. And so that might cover some of the questions people have, but I'm also happy to answer any clarifying questions folks may have.
So if you guys ask a question?
Really quick, I recommend if we can just get through the rest of it and then hold all questions till the very end, if we could do that.
That sounds good. Okay, thank you. So looking ahead, and this is to highlight decisions that aren't today, tomorrow, but will come and ones we'll need to discuss in the next, I would say, 6 to 12 months. So early childhood, this is not new in terms of what's been an important part of our capital plan in terms of the need to expand pre-K. But what I will say is new is the rapid expansion of early childhood special education. So really, really specialized programming for our earliest learners. That has exploded both in part because of the I think underservice of those students in the pandemic, and frankly the district not appropriately evaluating providing evaluation services for the past decade. So we've been able to reach more students, which is great, but we also need more space to serve those. And so that may mean in the last iteration of our plan, it included extra capacity for pre-K at Martin Luther King. And while that may be needed, we also think it might be necessary to think bigger about a pre-K center or an early childhood center. So that is something that we think we need to think through. Obviously, anytime you're making a decision like that, you're working with a fixed budget, and so there would be decisions or trade-offs we would need to make. But we are thinking more about that just because if you'd asked us 5 years ago, our understanding of what the needs were for early childhood education have changed pretty dramatically in the district. Second is moving to pre-K through 8s. And so we have several schools that are in construction for that, including RFK, A Semester in West Broadway, Lima and Stewart. So a number that are already underway, but we do need to think through as we look ahead some of the future pre-K projects, how those projects will become a pre-K school. So in some cases, so far we've had schools that will add grades over time. So Kazarian and Spaziano will both add 6 grades next year. We have a case where A Semester in West Broadway will merge together to form one school. And so we'll maybe to make those decisions together as a community about how some of those reconfigurations will happen in the years ahead. And again, those reconfigurations wouldn't happen next year, but we would need to start planning for the years ahead. And then lastly, and this is wonky, but it's kind of a heads up for our policy committee, is that there are a number of policies that are impacted by a change to pre-K in particular, or the addition of pre-K. So right now, if you're a pre-kindergarten student, you have to enter the lottery to go to kindergarten. There's been discussions about it. At any point, would you have a student actually just automatically move from pre-K to K in their same school if their school has pre-kindergarten, just like you would do for K or 1? Lots of questions about how to do that in a way that's fair, transparent, and whether that's actually the right thing we want to do. But that's a policy that we'll have to discuss as a group. And then second, another very technical one, but important, is transportation. So we have transportation policies that govern elementary grades and middle school grades. And as we go to pre-K, we'll need to have discussions about what that means for a pre-K school. So just to put a finer point on some of the decisions we'll have to wrestle with over the next few years is that kind of the move, both as a district in terms of our overall school portfolio, but also in terms of pre-K 8 schools. So as we shared earlier, we anticipate further enrollment declines just based on even without any changes in charter enrollment, just through the natural decline in our student population. And so we have to plan for multiple scenarios. Either we assume that projection stays as is, there's a steeper decline, or there's some kind of lesser decline or kind of a moderation in terms of enrollment. But we think with all those, it will require us to make decisions on how we might reconfigure schools and as we do some of the construction for our pre-K schools, what combinations of schools we may need to consider for our future portfolio. Again, that is not something that will happen next year, but it is a discussion I think we need to start having next year as we get clearer enrollment for the next 3 to 4 years. So I think that covers, I know that was a lot of information all at once, but happy to answer questions that you may have.
Absolutely, thank you. Chairman Jones?
You spoke a little bit about the energy efficiency standard. Does that include solar and wind or renewable energy?
So that's a very good question. All of our projects are designed and constructed to accept solar in the future. Because the projects are funded through municipal bonds, you can't have a tax-free rebate with a solar program. So you have to finish these projects, close them out, and then you could potentially install solar in the future.
Thank you.
Chairman Severi? Chairwoman, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
In preparing for the presentation today, I did some research on the pre-K through 8 model, so I have sort of a two-part question. I did see that there's schools in Boston, notably Joseph K. Hurley, that changed to a K through 8 model, and it was successful. They were outperforming traditional middle schools in reading and math, but the only reason that they were so successful is because they had a distinct and intentional programming with middle schoolers. It wasn't just an add-on to their elementary school. So I want to know, is there a specific planning for our middle school section? And then the second part of my question is how were the pre-K through 8 schools chosen? Because I saw in the future planning there are some that are still going to be K through 5. So what was the criteria for the ones that are going to be pre-K through 8?
Totally, yeah. So I think we're going through the process right now is, we won't have a full pre-K for the next 2 or 3 years. So particularly with schools that are adding grades next year, we're starting to have those discussions with the schools about how they stay as one kind of cohesive body to the point you mentioned about the early school. And so some of that might be in certain cases, like at Kazarian Spaziano's a dual language program. We'll continue that dual language programming through the middle school and make sure the spaces in that building that is currently being constructed align with the dual language model. A semester in West Broadway are schools that, while they aren't in the same building right now, it's the only pairs of schools in the district that have students who automatically move from a semester to West Broadway. So there's already kind of a school community in place. So I think part of it is making sure we do as much as we can to have what feels like one school community, and there's a lot more work to be done on the programming side. On the actually, if you go to the appendix, one more. So go back one more. Thank you. One of the things we asked as we were, so this would have been before we started this, before Kazarian and Bogey, I think, were picked, or one of our first sets of pre-K-8s. In our engagement sessions, we said, hey, listen, you can pick a number of different places where you would want to do a pre-K. And there are certainly limitations like the size of a plot of land that can really limit that. But we also just asked the community, hey, what should we, all different ways we could do this, what are things we should prioritize? And so this is the feedback that we heard in terms of where we could locate pre-K-8s. The first was, not too many of these are pretty, I think, self-evident, which was nice to see. But focusing on your poorest quality of buildings. So when you're doing a change to a pre-K, obviously, when you make an investment, invest as much as you can in those buildings that need it the most. Second, focus on areas of the city in particular that have the largest number of school-age children. So build where our families and students are. Third, prioritize schools that already have, if you're going to be combining schools together, that already have a kind of natural feeder pattern. So that's the 8th semester on West Broadway. And then to a lesser extent, there was some feedback on whether the city owns the land or whether, that there's no other pre-K like right across the street. So those were things that we influenced us. And then on the next slide, that helped us kind of turn those into guiding principles, right? So let's look at those schools with the lowest FCI. So RFK is the lowest rated elementary school, if I remember correctly, West Broadway, the lowest rated middle school. So those were ones that were put up pretty quickly to be moved for the pre-K. Schools and neighborhoods with high demand and high building utilization. So particularly our schools near Lima, huge draw from the neighborhood, and so wanting to prioritize places where we have a large number of students. And similarly with schools with close proximity to one another and schools and neighborhoods without future pre-K options. So those were all the things we tried to put in place. And obviously with that, there's probably a number of different options, but that helped us kind of go down the path we went down.
Any other questions? So I have a couple. I was given the presentation, and I said, okay, let me stay up late and prepare some questions. But really quick, thank you for the presentation. This is good information, and I'm happy that we, in fact, are getting a lot of modernized schools are doing an amazing job with that work. So we have and I took notes. Okay, so we had Young Woods that is projected to be a standalone K through 5, pre-K through 5, elementary school. We then have around the corner from Young Woods, Juanita Sanchez serving as a high school, and then right across from Young Woods we have Roger Williams Middle School being redone. So we have Juanita Sanchez, Roger Williams, and then we have Young Woods. Not even a mile up the street, we have Mary Fogarty, which is about 0.5 miles, which would be in fact a pre-K through 8. So my question is this: why not consider for those 3 buildings a feeder pattern between Young Woods, Roger Williams, which Young Woods would be pre-K through 5, Roger Williams, which will be grades 6 through 8, and then Juanita Sanchez, which would be 9 through 12. Why not sort of consider the feeder pattern there rather than having a K through 8 school right there, which is 0.5 miles up the street? Because I lived on the south side for some time. I had to actually transition from Gilbert Stewart to Roger Williams because I had moved from the West End. And I literally, when I left Roger Williams Middle School, I would have to walk down Ocean Street, walk by, Young Woods, not Young Woods, Kaji Laura. What am I talking about? Kaji Laura. Oh God. I have to walk by Fogarty to get to Sales Street. So I'm just saying, why have, in the same region, 0.5 miles up the street, 2 K through 8 models, and why not consider a feeder pattern between Williams, JSEC, and Woods?
So I think that's exactly the conversation we need to have in the fall. And here's why, because that's been something, as we think of Roger Williams being one of the next pre-K-8s, perhaps that is done in conjunction with Young Woods. Now, I don't know if that's K through 3 but there's a lot of options there, and we've got some time to think about it. So those are the types of discussions we need to have in the fall about if we're having some of these pre-K through 8s, they may come through merging 2 schools together, changing feeder patterns. I think we have some strong belief that, if you're having a pre-K and they're like really far apart and you have to have 2 principal, like that's a little bit harder to do, but could you find a way to have those schools reconfigured in a way that kind of meets the needs of the pre-K while doing what you said, like that those are exactly the types of things that we need to discuss in the fall, because there are questions, whether it's Williams or Green, about that are listed as pre-K through 8s in the future, that we need to talk through the path to get there, because in many cases it's going to be considering merging and recombining all those schools, again, not next year, probably not even the following year, but things we need to start planning for ahead. So I think those are the types of kind of options we need to consider in the fall, because many of the pre-K-8s we've had so far have been elementary schools, which are a little bit easier to grow up. But we should have that discussion as a community about how we make some of those changes in the future.
Appreciate that. Can we speak a little bit to the bus situation? I believe it's Faziano that it's going to have like elementary and middle school students on the same bus. Me personally, and I can say this because I went to Roger Williams Middle School, and if I was a student, and they said, we're going to merge Roger Williams Middle School, make that K through 8, pre-K through 8, I would be like, are you crazy? Literally, I would say that if I was a student, and I could say that. My question is this, what is sort of the plan around that? Do the district feel comfortable having elementary school students on the same bus as middle school students?
Yeah, so a couple things I would note that I think are important is So a couple things is that our pre-K through 8 middle schools, the middle school portions will be far, far smaller than a typical middle school. So a discussion we had with a faculty at one of our schools that was undergoing this transition, I think, is as we talked, I think people had thought about, Roger Williams at dismissal, which is, 900 middle school kids all coming out at the same time. At these pre-K through 8s, you're going to have roughly 100 students per grade at 6, 100 students per grade at 7. So the number of students are smaller. They are often the same students that have been they were in that building as a 4th grader 3 years ago. And oftentimes they'll have a sibling on the bus that's 2 or 3 years younger. So we've absolutely heard the concern of, oh my gosh, there's going to be an 8th grader and a kindergartner sitting down the street. We've also heard parents say that's nice to be able to know that my 3rd grader will stay on the bus with my older student. So I think hearing the concerns, though, I think some of the things we've discussed are, setting up the bus assignments such that you might have the younger students sit closer to the front, older students potentially in the back, that we might have additional bus monitors on buses that have mixed grades. And so those are those are options we can think of. How do we make it, everyone feels comfortable, students, staff, and families alike. But that might mean, I think the initial things we thought are being more intentional about seating on the bus, but also extra staff or monitors to support.
I'm sorry, Board, I have a couple of questions. This is something serious. This question I prepared is something real serious to me. I just want the rationale behind it. So, would you be able to explain? So we see nearly every school on, the West End and the South Side, and predominantly minority neighborhoods in Providence being restructured into the pre-K through 8 model. While not a single school on the East Side, including 2 elementary schools and 1 middle school, is shifting into that direction. So I really would love to just sort of get the rationale behind that, because when we're talking about implementation, equitable citywide, I think that's something that is key to me, so I would love to some thoughts on that.
Totally fair question. So let me talk through the kind of the thought process or the decisions that kind of led us to that outcome.
Can you cite the research? It's never cited in the appendix. I've looked through previous school board meetings. I've looked for research.
When we get as we project forward to the end of construction, we know that we will still need at least 1 standalone middle school just to have the number of seats, we need to serve all students. So as you think of a middle school typically having 200 to 300 students per grade, our pre-K 8s have 100 or so students per grade. So at the end of all the construction, we will not be able to serve all middle school students in the pre-K through 8s we have constructed, meaning we will need at least kind of 1 standalone middle school. Using the criteria we went through and looking at, okay, if we have to keep 1 standalone middle school, which of those middle schools has the highest kind of facility quality? And Nathan Bishop is one, with Del Sesto being kind of not that far behind, but Bishop had a very significant renovation 10 years ago. So between that and PCTA, those were our only schools considered new at the start of this. So that was one of the reasons why the idea was if we had to keep 1 standalone middle school, that it would be, Bishop, in part because the facility quality is such that you wouldn't want to kind of do another renovation of it. I'd also just mention, I know hearing, all that is to say is that if at the end of this and our middle school population and the seats we need to serve all middle schoolers drop, I absolutely think we would need to consider about doing this reconfiguration. I actually think it's a loss for the East Side to not have a set of pre-K schools, because it's something, again, we think we'd want to do in all communities if we could. And when we look, just overall at our capital plan, the East Side hasn't had, aside from Hope, which serves students, frankly, from around the city and not solely from the East Side, has not had any construction happen, in part because we wanted to prioritize our schools and communities that, frankly, have been far, more underserved. So, again, the way we got there was knowing we needed 1 middle school. And that was one that both had the kind of highest facility quality, also the highest performing, but one that the quality of the facility was far beyond any of our others in the district.
Thank you. I'm actually gonna get to that in just a second. I just have one actual, one question before that last question I'm gonna talk about, which is the standalone middle school. So if you can you explain the rationale behind the decision to, will most likely by, 2030, close, I believe it would be Dalcesto and Carnivale, we will be, building a new campus there. So both of those schools, Zach, was built in the early 2000s. And I think to merge them and create a whole new campus, which will in fact be K through 8, I just think that, and this is just my personal opinion, I believe that that would be a waste of public dollars. I think that what we could have done was, and this is just me just going, on a rant, what I think. I think what we could have done was sort of use that funding to make those buildings like new, rather than closing them down, and created some kind of feeder pattern between those two schools. So I really would love, because I know also Dalcesto serves around 700 students and Carnivale serves around 591 or something along those lines. It changes every year, which is close to 1,300. What is the capacity of the building, and then of the weight that is being projected, and then how would we sort of accommodate for those students? Because I'm thinking that it's under 1,000 that will accommodate for. So where will we place those 300 students?
Yeah, so it's a great question, and so just to be clear is that we have not done the designs of those buildings, but the thought, and Joe can correct me, for the Carnivale and Dalcesto was not to knock down and rebuild those schools, in part because of what you mentioned. So when you look at the allocations for, I might not get the number exactly right, but the rebuild of Lima on the site of Stewart, that's roughly $70 million, because you are knocking down a building, you are building brand new. I think for Carnivale and Dalcesto is more on the order of 30 million, because you could find a way to, whether you're building between those two schools, adding on to one, but the idea was not to knock them down and build a brand new school. So just to, even though the designs haven't been kind of built, the design was, the plan was and isn't to kind of knock them down and rebuild it. In terms of the enrollment patterns, I think, as we are adding pre-K-8, so you'll have schools that add capacity, so we'll add 6th grades at Kazarian and Spaziano next year. We will add at Fogarty, Kennedy. So as those schools add 6th grades, each of those will have around 100 students per grade. That will start making the need for middle school seats smaller. So you won't need, let's say, Dalcesto, the 300 to 200 kids per grade. But those, again, are the conversations we have next fall about when we look at enrollment. Is that something that we will see the enrollment in a place where we can make that reconfiguration, or does Dalcesto need to stay as a middle school a little bit longer until we have our kind of enrollment is such that we have enough middle school seats? But to kind of summarize, the goal at Carnivale and Dalcesto was never to do a knockdown rebuild, but to find a way to make that more into one campus. And I think the enrollment will change over time across the district as we start adding 6th, 7th, and 8th grades at our pre-K grades.
Yep, and then I don't want to hijack the meeting. This would be my last question, but really quick. So what are we projected? So for standalone elementary schools, what are we projected? How many standalone? Because I know when I started doing some research, I did not see in the plan that we were planning on closing, any more elementary schools, but they'll either be merged into K through 8 or be standalone from what I know. And from what I know, it says there's 12 standalone elementary schools. Is that still the plan?
Yeah, I can get you the exact number, but this is the number that we have planned either for construction or have no construction plan. So, when you talk about the example you gave about Young Woods and Roger Williams, that means if we merge those into one school or two separate buildings that are two facilities for one schools, that may change that ultimate number, and those are kind of the reconfigurations. But we don't have any schools that have been definitively said this is closing, this is offline. But to be clear, we will need to make decisions, I think, about reconfiguring, merging in the next 2 or 3 years.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So I'm not, because I got a whole bunch of numbers and stuff that I had, been playing with and stuff to try to make sense of it. And what I'll do is, as time goes on, and I'll be speaking with the mayor's office, I'll speak with the district, and I'll be speaking with the council to make sure that we have, when the schools go back, that we have enough capacity for the standalone elementary schools to be able to transition those students into a middle school. Because I assume, and I could be wrong, but I assume that the pre-K through 8, when they're transitioning from the 5th to the 6th grade, that they will only be able to accommodate for 5th graders to go to that 6th grade. So I don't think that with the standalone elementary schools, there will be able to be any students externally to be able to go to those buildings. And when we look at, Nathan Bishop holds, I believe, a capacity, and correct me if I'm wrong, around 750 to 800 students. Is that?
It's a little higher, but that's very close, yeah.
And I know, so from some of the numbers that I was playing with, it kind of says that between all of those standalone elementary schools, it's close to about 4,500 students. And we do anticipate I don't anticipate that there'll be a drop in enrollment. I want to make Providence the first, second, and third destination of every student. But if there is a drop, it kind of will drop, but there still will be a portion of students that won't be accounted for. So as we begin to have these discussions and talk about making sense of this, I just want to make sure that if we're going to have the pre-K through 8 model, that, we also, for those standalone elementary schools, have the capacity to fill those, those seats for the middle school. So that's my only thing.
Yeah.
And we can talk offline and have more conversations about that. And then one of the other concerns that I'll be talking to you guys about is just sort of making sense, and you'll be able to talk to me about this, which is the Dalcesto Laurel thing. I just want to make sure that I understand the visual of that, and making sure that we're using those buildings or utilizing them or figuring something out. So that's just my spill. Does any other members have any questions? Board Member Hughes?
Thank you. And I joined the school building committee in October 2020, so it is almost 5 years now. I thank you so much for this presentation, and thank you for coming together tonight here as a team from Downs, from PPSD, and from the city of Providence. My first comment is that I think that while it has been bumpy and it's been a long road, that actually the work of the school building committee around our capital plan demonstrates that when we do focus and work together and collaborate, we can do wonderful things for our students. And that gives me a lot of hope for moving forward, for when we return to local control, that all of these moving parts and people and entities can work together. To address a couple of things that I heard, just to add some context that I might have, I would urge us to look, when we look at both sort of these tail end slides, particularly this slide that's up right now, which is slide 18, noting that this is the list of things that so far has been approved by City Council and the School Building Authority. Just a quick note that I know it's in an earlier slide, but the School Building Authority is a separate arm of RIDE, not related to the folks that we interact with regularly during state intervention for PPSD, but that's like a separate body that has its own rules for all school construction across the entire state. But because these projects are so early right now, they're very, very likely to change. And that's why we're having this discussion now. And then flipping to slide 22, which has some potential scenarios. I know that it can feel like that we're sort of not getting answers, but to sort of start thinking about these scenarios and ask the questions that President Stevens and Chairwoman Silverio and others are asking around these projects now. This is a huge step. This is not a conversation we've been having transparently as a community until recently. And again, I think this is a really important step. But I also want to backtrack a little bit and understand, like, when we look at this big list of potential phase 4 projects that were on slide 18, in these schools and these moving parts, I think everyone at this table here, Chief Operating Officer Hawkins and Deputy Superintendent Scott and Mr. DeSanti, who have been involved in this work in one capacity or another for a long time, I think that we have really seen in the last 5 years, these projects evolve quite a bit. And the projects that we thought that we were going to do, when we look at that like completed list, and none of that quite looks like what we thought it was going to look like when we started this work. And that's because there are just so many variables as projects get started, as the landscape of funding changes. Like, we've approved these bonds, but what we can get for that amount of money has really changed because of the pandemic, because of other things in the federal landscape, because of supply chains, because of workforce, all sorts of different factors. And so I want to commend this group for coming and talking about these potential plans and the things that are on the table for now, but also ask all of us to understand that like this is several years out and there's still room for that discussion. And to be mindful that as we work through these, that things can and will change. Like I have no confidence that this exact list that I'm looking at on slide 18 is exactly how this is going to play out by the time we realize our capital plan goals. I don't know if you all want to add anything to that, but I just wanted to provide that context. And again, I think that's a positive thing. I think that that means that there are multiple touch points here at every possible phase that are both mandated sort of by the school building authorities process, but also from this commitment from our city leaders, from our district leaders, to really come together and think carefully. And I guess the other thing I'll point out to pull back to our larger work here as working towards this collaborative governance structure, and working on the expertise of each group. So we've talked a lot recently about how the superintendent and his team, they are the experts on education. They know that. The school board, we are experts on our communities. The city, they are experts on how to run a wonderful city. And Mr. DeSanti and the folks at Down, our owner's project manager, they are the experts on the actual construction, design, architects, all of that. And so this requires us to work together and compromise, but it also means that we have to trust in the expertise of one another and work together to make those decisions. So I don't want us to get too worried about projects that are super far down the line until we go through these robust processes to have that engagement with one another and trust the experts, come up with recommendations, and then keep coming back before this board and other public bodies to be able to have those discussions.
Thank you. Chief Hawkins, can you share some thoughts for us?
I think that was well said. We've been at this together with this administration for 2.5 years now, and a lot has changed. And it is through collaboration that I think the plans are just getting better and stronger. I am really excited about the school buildings that are going to be delivered in 2027, and I think it's going to make meaningful differences for families, kids, and teachers. But we will only deliver on this plan if we all work together. It is one of the hardest things I've ever seen a group of people try to do, and it requires that we kind of all put what I lovingly call the noise to the outside and come together and focus on what is best for kids and staff. And I think if we do that, we will pull it off, and it will be a model, not just for the state. Nobody's doing this much construction in the state, but I would be hard pressed to find a city in the country that's doing $1 billion in school construction in this timeline. So I think if we pull it off, we'll be really, really proud. But it will require all of us. And so I'm grateful for just the feedback that has come here today from you all, and I look forward to us being able to do that in the future.
Thank you, Chief Hawkins. Any other questions? Thank you. We're going to move over to item, 9.0, open session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, 42-46-4 and 42-46-5. A1 personnel teacher non-renewal discussion and possible vote. I would like to invite up the board's legal counsel, Sarah Rappaport, to the podium. She'll share some thoughts with the school board and support in leading this process. And we will have, in fact, Charlie Ruggiero that will discuss who will be coming up first and second. Thank you, Sarah. Take the time to get situated. Go when you're ready. And please, when each of you speak, if you can just state your name for the record.
President Stevens, did you want me to kick this off, or did you want just introductions first before we?
Yeah, so what we can do, if you can introduce yourself, we're gonna have the school district introduce themselves, and then after you can jump in and advise the board as necessary.
Okay. So I'm Sarah Rapport. I'm legal counsel to the Providence School Board, affiliated with a firm, Wheeling, Corrente, and Flanders.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Charles Ruggiero. I'm here on behalf of the superintendent and the PPSD administration relative to the recommendation before you this evening.
Good evening, I'm Judith Dario, the Chief Talent Officer for Providence Public Schools.
Nikki Dargan, Executive Director for Labor Relations and Employee Services for Providence Public Schools.
So the action item here this evening is an open session discussion of the non-renewal of, I believe it's only 2 probationary teachers.
That's correct.
I, as I said, am legal counsel to the Providence School Board, rather recently engaged to assist the school board in situations such as this. The purpose of this action tonight is to hear presentations by the superintendent regarding his recommendation to the Commissioner of Education in February not to renew the employment of certain probationary teachers for the forthcoming school year. The 2 probationary teachers who have elected to convene these presentations in open session are Emma, and I'm hoping I say their name correctly, Schluter, and Samantha Wallace. Each of these educators, as the board may recall, was working for the Providence Public School Department as a probationary teacher in the year which has just concluded, the 24-25 school year. On February 13, each of these 2 teachers received a written order from the commissioner notifying each that their employment with the school department would end at the close of the school year, because the commissioner had determined, based on the recommendation of the superintendent, that the department could find a more qualified teacher as not as yet unidentified. The standard that the commissioner invoked, namely, could find a more qualified teacher as yet unidentified, is based on state law that really goes back to the 1970s, that invests the school department, and specifically its leadership through the superintendent, with the responsibility to exercise professional judgment to assess whether a probationary teacher should be retained. As you may know, administrators have in the state of Rhode Island and also in other states in the country, approximately 3 years, or particularly 3 years out of 5 to make a judgment about tenure. That's what it really boils down to. And over that 3-year period, the teacher's status is probationary. So unlike a employee who may be 6 months probationary who can be let go without cause, because of the nature of this profession, the probationary period has been extended under state law to a period of 3 years, within a 5-year period. This boils down to, as some of you may know from experience in working on the board, the opportunity at 3 different times, specifically before March 1st, in accordance with state law, for the administration to let the probationary teacher go without cause. The only constraint under the law that, as I said, began in 1978 and has been endorsed by the Rhode Island Supreme Court, the only constraint is that the decision of the administration, the superintendent through his or her or their staff, cannot be arbitrary and capricious. And that also, under the law, has a very particular legal meaning. And it means kind of what it sounds like. It means, as examples have been given, it can't be because the superintendent or the principal had some unprincipled dislike of someone that had nothing to do with teaching. And I went back and looked at all the RIDE decisions. I, as you know, worked for Providence School Board from 2003 to 2008. And let's see a smile there. And really, it began in that period that there was some serious evaluation of quality. And I'm not going to bore you with the historical context, but the legal premise of the probationary period is to afford some leeway at a period of time to make a judgment about attaining the best. So it isn't a tenure decision that has the exactitude of a tenure decision at Brown or Roger Williams or some other university, but it's supposed to be demanding. And beginning, I think, it's my legal historic experience, having worked at the beginning of this more modern period, that it really began to be used as a tool in the early 2000s. Although there was law that afforded that discretion prior to that. The important point is to emphasize is that a decision of non-renewal has both a good side and a bad side depending upon how you view the situation. On the more positive side, or on the gentler side, it does not mean that a teacher who is non-renewed is a bad teacher. It doesn't mean that there is good and just cause because the teacher has done something wrong. And looking at it from a legal and evidentiary point of view, what it also means is that this is not a hearing at which either here or before the commissioner, there's going to be an adjudication of good and just cause, which from my experience is a very strong bastion of protection for teachers in this state, because good and just cause means a lot and doesn't happen lightly and without a lot of attention to detail. This is an arbitrary and capricious standard, which under the many cases that have been issued by the commissioner means that the decision or the recommendation, because this is all by way of recommendation of the superintendent, is presumptively to be upheld unless the teacher is able to prove and carry the burden of proving that the decision was devoid of factual basis. Devoid of factual basis. There is no dispute that that is a extremely difficult challenge in the context of proving the case for the teacher. It also is intentionally designed as a matter of law to afford deference to the professional judgment of the administration. It doesn't mean that there isn't any content. It doesn't mean that when the representative of the administration gives reasons that you can't question it. But it does mean that this is not a good and just cause hearing. And if you've ever experienced one, you will know the difference. So going back to the process here, the commissioner issued these orders in February of 2025. She had in front of her at the time recommendations with the supporting information from the superintendent, and we will expect that Mr. Ruggiero will explain that process of culling the information and presenting it to the commissioner. Under the law, those recommendations today, because of innovations by the General Assembly that are at least on paper designed to be reformist, those recommendations by the superintendent must be informed by the judgment of building principals who are invested with today the responsibility not only to make recommendations to hire, but make recommendations to end employment relationships in their buildings. And that was a big change by the General Assembly, tracking some of the innovations of Massachusetts to restore accountability to buildings and building leadership. When those orders issued in February, each of the teachers, not each of the teachers who received the order, but 15 of the teachers challenged those orders by way of appeal under state law. And because the school department is by order of reconstitution run by the commissioner, for better or worse, and those are all political questions that are not before you today. The commissioner has the final say. So she issued the orders on the recommendation of the superintendent, and the appeal is to her. So this is a second chance at changing the mind. And typically that happens in front of you. You make a decision and then you get an appeal and you have a hearing. But because she is, for whatever good, bad, or indifferent, she is attempting to remediate this school department, she is hearing the appeals. They're there. The appeals are there. And the effort was made here based on the consensus that this group delivered to afford you the opportunity to weigh in. So the decision has been made, the appeal is in front of the commissioner, and the task here today is to issue an advisory opinion. At the hearing in front of the commissioner, which is a hearing officer, the superintendent through legal counsel will likely present documents and witnesses There will be cross-examination. There will be an opportunity to question, obviously. That is not what's happening here today. This is not an evidentiary hearing, and it is not an appeal hearing. It is an attempt to solicit the input of a new board, which wasn't positioned as of late February to do this work, but is now, to get your input, to get your involvement, and to deliver this advisory input to the commissioner who is now hearing the appeal. The process is much simplified compared with what will happen at the Department of Ed. To start, the superintendent, through legal counsel, is going to make a presentation regarding each teacher, the two, to explain in summary form why the superintendent made the recommendation and why the commissioner endorsed that recommendation, that there was a more qualified educator who could be identified to fill the position. At the conclusion of that presentation, there will be an opportunity for you folks on the board, to ask questions, and I leave to the president how to mediate those questions. I'm going to stand down and let you do your work. Then the teacher, either directly or through legal counsel, and I believe Mr. DeSimone is here, will facilitate a response to the presentation. And this is an important point legally, although it's tricky to get your head around it. Even though the superintendent goes first, the burden of proving the case still rests with the teacher. And at the end of that, the board again can ask questions. Then the board will deliberate in open session. And then at the conclusion, take a vote, a roll call vote, and as a result of that vote, issue an advisory opinion regarding the commissioner's order. And it will be transmitted to legal counsel for the commissioner tomorrow or the next day. Please understand again that the process here is limited legally to the question of whether the superintendent's recommendation was arbitrary and capricious. If the teacher believes that the recommendation constituted unlawful discrimination in violation of state or federal law, the teacher has the right and retains the right to file a complaint with the Commission for Human Rights or a court in accordance with those rules. This is not a hearing designed to adjudicate that legal question, which itself is a complex one or has certain rules attendant to it. So that's a separate proceeding, and what happens here doesn't foreclose the teacher from doing that in a different forum. So just so you know your job in this limited lane. And I will assist in any way I can in helping frame questions, but they're really for you to ask and for the folks here to attempt to answer as best they can. And with that, I'm going to let Mr. Ruggiero turn to the first teacher of the two. I don't know his decision rate order. I just wanted to give you that background.
Thank you, Council. Before I do that, I would just like to go through, I think there's some process questions I would like to orient you with before we proceed with each of the recommendations and the basis for the recommendations for each of these two teachers before you this evening. So first, and make sure you can hear me okay. First, pleasure to be here with you this evening. I'd like to thank Council for the board on the thorough explanation as to the legal standard and some of the procedural history and context behind it. What I would like to reiterate is that this is not a termination case. This is a case and a recommendation to simply not extend a teaching contract into a successory year. And that recommendation has to be based upon a good faith belief that the superintendent believes that he can find a more qualified teacher for this position. But that belief and its genesis starts with the day-to-day observations of the building administrators. They're the ones that are positioned to observe these teachers, to make determinations about how they're progressing in their professional practice, how their students are doing, and whether they believe these teachers should be awarded tenure following the conclusion of their probationary period. And the decision to award a teacher tenure is the most significant professional decision in the life of a teacher. That decision carries legal significance. And just as you may be familiar with what tenure means for a university professor, it has a similar context within public education at the elementary and secondary level. It is a significant legal achievement. And what it means is that you can no longer proceed with a termination process that's not supported by just cause. And as you may be familiar, I think some of you certainly are, the process for terminating a teacher when you have evidence of misconduct is a significantly lengthy, protracted, expensive process. So the rationale that the legislature has crafted as it relates to these probationary decisions is that if you have a good faith belief, you should be able to make that determination and rely upon the discretion of your building administrators who are there on the day-to-day to observe the professional practice, to make a determination before awarding tenure as to whether you think this is someone you would like to have with you for the rest of their career within the district. Because that's what it essentially means to be awarded tenure. You're basically giving someone lifetime employment, barring some significant misconduct with the district. So this is our opportunity to really scrutinize and ensure that we're only giving teachers tenure that we believe will be successful over the course of a 20, 30-year professional practice with our students in this district. This is not, there may be teachers that are better suited to instruction in other districts. There may be great people who just aren't, in our experience, suited to be long-term teachers with us here in Providence. And those are the decisions that have to be made during this critical juncture in each teacher's career. So I think what's important to understand is that these decisions, these recommendations come from building level administrators. Annually, the process proceeds with HR sending a list of probationary teachers to each school, administrators at each of those schools identifying which teachers are theirs within their schools, and then making a determination as to whether you think you want to award or continue to proceed with potentially awarding tenure to that probationary teacher. Those recommendations are then forwarded to Human Resources. Human Resources reviews them, looks to see if there is some evidentiary support, some observations that support the idea of, what we think, we have a good faith belief that we can find somebody that would be better in this position. Following that, there's a recommendation to the superintendent regarding the principal's referral. The superintendent also scrutinizes it. And in this case, there's the unique circumstance of proceeding thereafter to the commissioner, who then also reviews the recommendation with the superintendent, given the authority that she presently has under the Crowley Act. So that is the process. And since 2020, it has been the responsibility of these school administrators under the Education Accountability Act to effectively make these decisions regarding which teachers should be retained in the district. That's their authority, and the legislature saw fit to vest that authority within them because they're the ones closest to it. They're the ones observing the professional practice on a day-to-day basis. So that is the backdrop that I want you to understand, the process that was employed for each of the non-renewal determinations that were made, and we started out with, significantly more. There's only presently 2 being heard tonight in open session, and those teachers have elected to have this matter heard in open session rather than closed session, with the understanding that we will be talking about some of their performance and concerns that we've had with their performance that prompted the determination to move forward with their non-renewal. So that being said, I think I would like to first proceed with teacher M. Schluter. as the first referral, and I will briefly go through the basis for the recommendation for Teacher Schluter. So I know Mr. DeSimone, I believe, represents them at the weekend. Okay.
Yeah,
So
we can move up another chair now.
So I'm gonna ask maybe you guys to swing on this side of me. I'll have John come over here.
It's not even 180 bucks.
Leave it open,
That's
that's
fine.
for, that's for, just, if you want to turn around, you can there. So good evening, this is the superintendent's recommendation regarding the non-renewal of teacher M. Schluter. Teacher Schluter, we have a basis for the recommendation for Teacher Schluter. It's based upon continued struggles to perform job duties to the standard expected of district teachers. During their first year,
Just maybe we should have a little background on where and.
sure,
Okay.
I can do that, that's not a problem.
To
So
orient
teacher,
the board.
And really quick too, Sarah, when they're done with their case, if we could, like, when board members ask questions, feel, if it's okay, if you have to interject at any moment, interject and just make sure we are, protected, I may say, okay? Does that sound appropriate?
I will,
Or just flag, give me the flag. Okay.
so no, that's helpful, I'll provide a little bit of background.
yeah, I don't,
Sure. So teacher M. Schluter is a teacher, a middle school English ESL teacher at Del Sesto Middle School. They have been in that position for, I believe this is their third year in the district, or second year in the district, I'm sorry. Yeah. And the basis for the recommendation for the non-renewal of Teacher Schluter is continued struggles to perform the job duties expected of teachers within the district. There's repeated struggles throughout the course of this school year to complete grading during the provided district timelines for students. Multiple instances of the principal having to follow up about grades not being submitted for students on Teacher Schluter's caseload. Grading show that they consistently fell behind in submitting grades in comparison to other grade 6 teachers at Del Sesto. And according to principal, only 4.5% of Teacher Schluter's grades were completed on time by targeted deadlines. In addition to that, there's continued concerns about their attendance, or repeated inability to perform to provide consistent and predictable attendance throughout both this school year and last school year. As of today, Teacher Schluter has been out 24 times. They've been chronically absent. They've been late several times as well. And in addition to this year, last year, they were also absent 17 times. So for a district in turnaround where we have an incredible focus on student attendance, that attendance requirement also has to be embodied by our educators, and their continued absence and chronic absenteeism has been an ongoing concern throughout both this year and last year. In addition to that, last year, Teacher Schluter received the developing evaluation score. Though there has been some progress, there is not presently a final effectiveness rating for this year. And just by way of educating the board, last school year, only 6.7% of teachers throughout the entire district received a score of developing or ineffective. So in terms of, if you were looking at a bell curve, that would be, in the lowest 6.7% of teachers throughout the district. So given that, given our needs as a district, our turnaround requirements, the focus on professional practice, that was the basis for the non-renewal recommendation from the superintendent to the commissioner.
Do any members of the board have any follow-up questions that Mr. Venturia?
If I have questions more about the process, should we hold that to the end? Or are we gonna ask questions?
Can we do it this way? Can we have, so the district one, can we have, each of you go as well, their legal counsel and then?
Sure.
Question?
Yep, that's fine. I want to,
Did we not identify everybody else?
you did, but maybe reiterate their roles just so.
Sure. So I'm to my left is Gina Daddario, who is the Chief of Human Capital, and Nikki Dargan, the Chief of Labor Executive Director of Labor Relations. Thank you for the district. Thank you.
So you want to proceed with the
Yeah.
Mr. DeSimone?
And general questions after, then we'll ask.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, members of the board. Congratulations to the winners and newly appointed members of the board. In response to Mr. Ruggerio's presentation of my client, I disagree with the history that he described. I think it's important for the board to understand that M was recruited from California. She came here to teach from California. She taught 2 years with City here, and she was dedicated to, and is dedicated to the City of Providence School. She's teaching in an ESL for 6th grade English. Her evaluation last year was, as Charlie said, 2.46, but her evaluation this year was 3.47. So she greatly increased her teaching skills during the first and the second year. And she's been enrolled at URI in Roger Williams to get certs for middle school English, secondary English, and protective tests. She's done very well on her test. She's passed all her practice tests. She's well positioned to be successful in Providence. And I think that there's been a lot of students and community people who supported her, who recognize her efforts and her teaching ability. So I do take issue with the way this happened. The particular school that she's in received a new principal just after Thanksgiving. So this new principal made a recommendation to non-renew this teacher. She's never witnessed her in the classroom. She's never approached her with any constructive criticism, anything. She's never talked to her about what she was doing. And I think it's premature to non-renew this teacher. So I would also suggest her students' SLOs are far better than the others. The total points for the effectiveness of the students in her class is 347, which is outstanding. It exceeded 347, right?
It's either not that exceeded.
So she exceeded, the performance of her students exceeded the expectations. That combined, obviously, student results are the most important thing, what kids are learning. Her kids learned very well and exceeded expectations. Her evaluation went up. And her principal was new and didn't have a chance to review her, to help her, or anything like that. So I think that is arbitrary and capricious, right? Ms. Rappaport talked about arbitrary and capricious. Well, if you didn't talk to your teacher, you didn't review her skills, you didn't observe her in the classroom, and she gets a very tremendous evaluation,
how is the decision to non-renew, what's it based on? It's certainly not based on any fact. And so I would submit to the board that, this particular teacher has done very, very well. She's been not coached at all. One of the things that Mr. Ruggiero brought up was the administration having the ability, by statute to make these determinations. Well, with responsibility or decision-making comes responsibility. I would argue to this board, it's up to these administrators to go into these classrooms, the principals, the vice principals, to go into these classrooms and make observations about how the teachers are instructing, whether or not the kids are learning, how the evaluation is going. You didn't hear any of that. You heard a broad, general, vague process. But I can tell you, it's uncontroverted that the principal started after the Thanksgiving recess. And never, at any time, did that principal observe M's classroom. Never. So whatever recommendation came out of a lack of homework is a bad recommendation. And, I would suggest to the board that, contrary to what Ms. Rappaport said, I disagree with the legal decision that the board has no standing. I think the board does have standings for 105 teachers. And I would agree that the commissioner has that absolute power. For administrators, yes, but not teachers. And nowhere in the Crowley Act is that determination specifically been stated. And we're appealing that now. And I don't know why the board doesn't join me in that appeal, but that's a separate issue. So I would say to the board, this is a very good teacher, a dedicated teacher. Her evaluation is superb. She hasn't been viewed by any principal or any administrator in her classroom. Her kids' scores are exceeding expectations. And I can't think of any reason why the district would want to non-renew this particular teacher. If you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them. One thing that was brought up was attendance. Amy has asthma, and she had an attack after the non-renewal went in. So those absentee days were after the recommendation, which I find somewhat, concerning, because it tells me that the district really didn't have anything to say, so they had to throw that in there. But that issue has resolved itself. But again, we should be talking about what was made, what did the district know, what information did the superintendent get at the time the non-renewal occurred? And that was, in January sometime or in December sometime, however they do it, far before any type of asthma kicked in. So I would suggest to this board that everything that I see, which counts student performance, evaluation, great in the community, came here from California to work with these kids, loves teaching, obviously has a lot of support. I would suggest that the board should not go with the recommendation of the superintendent. And my client is here to answer any questions you may have as well as I can.
Would love for Mr. Ruggiero to also reply.
Yeah, just a brief response, and I'm trying to just be purely factual, but to suggest that the administrator did not have communication with Teacher Schluter regarding, the deficiencies, the concerns about late submissions of grades is just not factually accurate. And I have documentation which we'll present during the subsequent hearing before the commissioner regarding, those issues. That again was consistently behind the submission of grades for her students and her peers. And I would suggest, as it relates to the attendance issue, during the first 3 years as a probationary employee, you're getting the best conduct you can possibly get from a probationary employee. Wait till you get tenure and see what the conduct becomes like after that. So this is our process and our opportunity to really scrutinize that. And you get people that are on, their best behavior, they're making their best effort because they know they're in a probationary period. So, I would just suggest to you that in all likelihood, in my experience, having done this for over 20 years, those issues don't get better.
Thank you.
Any final thoughts before I next
I would just like to bring one thing up in terms of the attendance. This particular teacher was issued an oral reprimand for the attendance. Then they found out that she had bronchitis as a result of the asthma, and they rescinded it. They rescinded it. So I would suggest any type of suggestion that attendance was a problem really is pale and falls short of what this board should be getting.
Is that true, Mr. Ojo?
I am not aware of any rescission of an oral warning.
Gotcha. Dr. Williamson, Chairman Jones, and oh, I'm so sorry. Let me go to the chairman first, and then I'm gonna make my way in order down this way. Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you, Charles. It's good to see the superintendent. I have a comment and also a question. Let this be an example. We were supposed to have these meetings in February. You guys were until June, and also to the superintendents that made the decisions to bypass the board. Things like this should never happen ever again. Because you are the school board is playing an advisory role. You skipped us and went straight away to the commissioner. That's not right. Now we don't need this whole thing until January. We're supposed to have responses to them by March. Okay. Now, my question. After the evaluation by the new principal, did the principal offer you mentorship or to be coached?
There was no observation by the new principal. She's never observed me.
Really quick, Mr. Ruggiero.
I just would note that there was also a PAR supporting teacher for Ms. Schluter. During this school year, there was additional support provided by a PAR coach, and those PAR coaching sessions and opportunities to receive that support were frequently also missed by teacher Schluter. Just would forget about opportunities to meet with the teacher, would be at working with the school musical instead of working on a professional practice with the PAR consultant. And I'm just going based upon the report of the PAR consultant.
Yeah, so listen, rebuttal, and then I'm gonna go to Dr. Williamson.
So obviously, we rebut that, and PAR was over, PAR never got completed, not because of my client, because it never got completed.
I only got 7 out of the 15 sessions because my PAR instructor went out on maternity leave. I have an email from Jessica Walters that says admin was supposed to take over and admin never did.
So I have one factual question, and then I have a couple of questions about procedural things. So it may be a bit of a statement in between. So the absences that this particular administrator cited, I'm sorry, not the absences, the late grades. Were the grades late in the other three prior semesters? Or 2 prior, lost track of them. Two prior semesters, right? Yeah. So were the grades late in previous semesters? Or is this a one-off?
When you say previous semesters, which semesters are you referring to?
So the other semesters that
prior to
had taught for the Providence Public Schools.
I think the question was directed, if you know Mr. Ruggiero.
The information I have is mostly with respect to this past school year, so from the present administrator, so I can't answer as of.
So would have been for that semester. The basis
would have been subsequent to her arrival right in November.
Right, so for the other quarter. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. The university.
Progress reports.
Okay. So some of the grades were late, but we don't know what percent.
Correct. Well, no, in terms of the percentage, 4.5% were completed on time. Like in terms of which, if you're just saying that's just limited to the experience of this existing administrative team within Belfast.
So, Em would like to respond to that.
So to backtrack, so she submitted some renewal as we know, January 6th. The first time she called me into her office to speak, and this is the first time she ever spoke to me, was January 22nd. And that was to discuss this quote unquote chronic absenteeism and my grading. At this point, I had had bronchitis for almost 2 months. I was actually taken out of Del Sesto in an ambulance, which I got an oral reprimand for. I'm still doing 2 master's programs at once, and I was covering every single day. So I was doing my best, but there's a lot of other concerning issues on top of that. On top of, I have no support.
I just wanted some clarity on that one point. My larger issue with this process is that when there is the appearance, right, because of the disproportionate number of faculty who are being dismissed who are non-binary, my sort of apprehension with that, right, is that the problem with implicit bias is that it's implicit. So the person who has the bias may not know that they have the bias, right? So sometimes it's very difficult to figure out how did this process, it's important to know how the process happened. And I'm not pretending to be an educational expert, and I'm not going to try to intervene in individual how principals are running their schools or anything. That would be completely insane because I don't have the basis of experience to do that or the particular expertise. But I think from where we're sitting, my job is to, and anybody feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about this, to see that the processes that we're using are rational, right? So when I say, how does somebody initially get flagged for non-renewal, I would like to hear that there's a process involving statistical analysis of performance of teachers in the system currently, that there's a process of, that there's evidence first, and then we see, this person isn't meeting that standard, let's work on it, let's go further, right? And instead what I hear is that somebody gets flagged for non-renewal first, and then we put together the evidence.
I'm going to intervene, and I think I appreciate the enthusiasm for that perspective, but you have to understand that this process is being handled against a backdrop of 50 years of law.
Mm-hmm.
And what you're asking and what you're describing is the very argument that the General Assembly made to not do that. So yes, implicit bias can infect decisions, but even if you were in front of the Rhode Island Commission for Human Rights, you have to have evidence of discrimination. And the data points that you have here do not obligate the district to create a process that the General Assembly has specifically told school districts they don't have to have.
So
you're saying this is what I would want, and the law against which these folks are operating doesn't work that way.
Okay, so let's set that aside, right? What is my assurance that that initial step, that initial decision to flag for somebody for non-removal is not arbitrary and capricious? And I think the answer is, your answer to me, if I'm right, will be this idea that there's a more qualified candidate can be identified for the job.
The legal standard asks you to ask, are they lying? Is this made up? It's a very different legal standard from, are they doing it in a way that satisfies the good and just cause. You're basically asking here, do you believe that it was arbitrary?
Yes, it's a good faith belief. Do you have a good faith belief that you can find a better qualified teacher for that position?
Okay,
And
so,
what we're relying upon is everything that I just told you to demonstrate that.
okay, and, this more qualified teacher, right, is sort of hypothetical at the moment, right? Is this purely hypothetical? Or is that standard of a better teacher based in your experience with the current crop of teachers or the applicant pool who are seeking jobs?
So that's a really good question.
Right.
And the answer to that question, and of course you have board counsel there for you as well, but it's based upon the professional experience of the individual making the recommendation. So, when you're making this determination as a superintendent or as the commissioner, you're basing it upon your knowledge of the existing marketplace, other teachers that you've been able to recruit and retain in the district, and the performance metrics of those other individuals. So, but the actual legal standard requires the individual who's challenging that good faith belief to prove that they're in fact the most qualified teacher for that position. So it's a very deferential legal standard as it relates to the burden of proof. But in terms of making the demonstration and the good faith belief, it's based upon the superintendent's experience, his familiarity with the teachers that he presently has, and his familiarity with the recruitment that we're going through throughout the district.
Is it the superintendent's
good faith
belief, or is it the principal's?
It's the superintendent's based upon the data and the information that he is relying upon, which is from the individual principals that he's getting.
So really quick, and Dr. Winter, you can continue in a second. So the typical process would be the principal will make a recommendation, he'll go through a legal process, and then the superintendent would make a good faith decision. Is that correct?
Correct.
What's the process after that? Does it typically, and I'm not talking about Crowley Act involved, I'm just saying common process, because I was reading up on the law actually, and it said that the next phase of that process would go before typically the school committee. Am I right or wrong about that? So then I think if it goes before the school committee, I think now it's our job to make a good faith belief on if we think that this is.
You don't have any professional experience.
But that doesn't warrant us from being board members and making that good faith belief.
So what I'll say, Mr. President, respectfully, is, the way the process is supposed to work is that you have, and we'll talk outside of Crowley Act, right? So outside of the Crowley Act, you are the one issuing the statement of cause for non-renewal. The recommendations coming from the superintendent. And, based upon that recommendation, you're relying upon him who has the professional experience working with teachers, knowing what you're able to do in terms of recruitment effort and HR, as to whether he has that good faith belief. So you're kind of utilizing your position, or the board's utilizing its position, to really scrutinize first what the basis is. Is there a rational basis? And then it really comes down to whether you believe in the professional judgment of the people that are on the ground and the superintendent. And ultimately, that's what these recommendations come down to. Do you believe in the professional judgment of the people that are witnessing the performance on a day-to-day basis?
And really quick, because I know we have other board members that want to comment on this. If you could just give a brief comment. I don't know if you have any final thoughts, Dr. Williams, and then we can go to Chairman Jones, but if you can go really quick.
Just to address Dr. Williamson's comments of the legal counsel to the board, I disagree with the board's analysis of your role. He makes a recommendation to the board. The board makes a decision. You don't have to accept his recommendation. And any board, whether it's a zoning board, a jury, any board takes their life experience with them and they take their common sense. And if you feel as though the process that was used doesn't meet your expectations, you have every right, in fact, I would argue, you have a duty to reject the recommendation. Because only by you rejecting certain recommendations will the process change. So what they're trying to say to you is, you're handcuffed. You're not handcuffed. You hear all the evidence, and like Mr. Williamson said, maybe how did she get picked? Did she get picked out of a hat? How did she get picked? So I would argue the process here stinks. You have a principal that came after Thanksgiving. What type of recommendation, what type of analysis did the principal do for Ed and for the other teacher? You could take your life experience and say, I don't think it was founded on anything. I just gave you examples where his students exceeded the expectations. So I wholeheartedly disagree with the explanation of Ms. Rapport and Mr. Ruggiero. It's somehow they're trying to limit your comprehension of this issue. You are free to do whatever you want, as long as you do it based on, constitutional issues, not being prejudiced, not being ethically motivated, or anything like that. If you're basing it on a process that you don't agree with, you have every right to reject it. And we're not talking about the superintendent. He didn't witness him. He relied on what his principal told him. And we know the principal didn't get there until after Thanksgiving. So what is that? I would suggest that you've got two good teachers in front of you, and you should not accept that recommendation.
Thank you. Dr. Williams, and final comments, and then directly to.
I have no further questions or comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the district, what are if there are the accommodations for teachers that are doing, some type of further education?
None. No, I mean, they're expected to complete their professional responsibilities like any other teacher would be.
Hughes?
Thank you. I have a couple of detailed questions to ask a follow-up on. Councilor Ruggiero, you mentioned that for the entire district, do I have this number right? Only 6.7% of the entire district teaching staff has had a developing or ineffective rating. Is that correct? There were a lot of numbers in the beginning,
Yes,
so I
you're
want to make sure I'm
correct.
citing the correct thing.
So it depends upon the year. Actually, I'm sorry, for 23-24, it was 10%. For 22-23, it was 6.5%. So the
Sorry,
year,
repeat that, 10% per school year.
10% for 23-24,
Mhm.
6.5% for 22-23.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that piece. No, I'm not even gonna make a comment about that, but I will. I think that is to say then that somewhere between 90% and above of our teaching staff is considered effective or highly effective
Correct.
in PPSD.
Correct.
Okay. So that,
all levels of experience, no matter how many years they've been teaching.
excuse me,
Yeah, no comments, please. Sorry.
this is time for the board to ask questions. Okay, another question I had, when you said that only 4.5% of the grades were completed on time. I know there were a few questions before, but can you clarify what time period that was over? It looks like your colleagues have your data digging, so if you're looking, I can ask my next data question.
Is that correct? That was end of January. That's as of January, prior to the ARC writing assessment? Yeah.
Yes.
Just prior to the ARC writing assessment in January.
Could you say that a little louder?
Sure, so just prior to the writing assessment for the American Reading Company in January of 2025.
And then another question I had was around the attendance tracking. I understand there were questions from my colleagues around the reasons for attendance. I just want to name, as a parent of students in PPSD and as someone who has heard from many, many parents both in this forum and other spaces, that there have been questions and concerns from families about the way that we track student attendance. And what we've learned and been told time and again is that while there is empathy and concern for the reasons why students may be out for any given time, that an absence at some point is an absence, it's still lost learning time. And so I do understand that that is at least one consideration in this process for teacher attendance, because while I have deep empathy for any professional who needs to be out for any human reason, we all have that. The impact to students is the same, whether that is for a medical reason or not. I had, I don't want to use a lot of I statements right now, but my family and others around me have had the experience of having chronically absent teachers, and that is a significant thing. And again, oftentimes when teachers are out a lot, it's not because they don't care or don't want to be there. They have a really good reason, but ultimately the students that are in class don't have a teacher that day. So I don't want to minimize attendance as a consideration. I think my final question or concern that wasn't clear to me in this process, I think when we heard about the non-renewals in general before, we heard some other steps or some other humans that were involved potentially between the principal's recommendation and the superintendent. Like, it's not just Principal X meets with Superintendent Montañez and that's the end of the process.
That's correct.
Counselor, can you talk a little bit more about the other individuals within PPSD at the building or supervisory level that may have been involved in that conversation?
Sure. So the individual transformation officers, after the recommendation is made by the individual principals, individual transformation officers, or executive directors, meet with HR. Collectively, there's a team of about 5 or 6 people that review that, including the executive director that oversees whether it be certain transformation schools, secondary schools, elementary schools. They review, they ensure that there is evidence to base the recommendation off of and the concerns that they question the administrator regarding the concerns. And there's a healthy dialogue that happens there before the recommendation is moved on to the superintendent for his consideration. And then during the course of that conversation, it's usually myself, the chief of human capital, the superintendent, usually the superintendent's chief of staff, or someone else in his cabinet, that then will sit down and review those recommendations with the superintendent for potential non-renewal to the commissioner or to the board.
Thank you. And then I think my final clarification is, I'm sorry, I missed who was talking about this. I heard a lot of concern from my colleagues around the way that the process is set up. And I heard our board council and PPSD council talk about, what that process is and what our responsibility is here tonight. If we could have clarification again about the Education Accountability Act and how that vests power with schools or local decision-making, or a phrase that I hear a lot is, having site-based management or these other pieces. Can someone speak a little bit more on what that means and why that's important in this process?
So the Educational Accountability Act invested building principals with primary authority over the buildings. I will say that the building principal so if a building principal changes, there is the building principal who oversaw the teacher the first year provided information, or the assumption is that the building principal provided information to the next building principal. So building principals do change. The statute invests whatever principal is there with the authority to make decisions regarding the building. So if the principal comes in at the beginning of the school year, that principal still has a responsibility as of March to look up or prior to March 1st to look at the status of the staff and make judgments. You don't just, extend the teacher tenure act by virtue of a change of principal. I'm not sure I'm making that clear, but it's the building principal as a position, not the particular building principal who happens to be there. It's the leadership of the building. So I think it's not a personal endowment, it's a positional one. And that person is supposed to learn about the building and be educated about the building from the first day. And it's designed to create more accountability, as Mr. DeSimone said, and responsibility for principals over their buildings. And it is a designation in the statute to be a recommendation to the superintendent. The principal doesn't have final say at this state over anything. So there is an assumption that information gets transmitted to the superintendent by virtue of the principal's leadership in the building.
And just to add, so the way that the structure is set up, it's, as council indicated, in the capacity as an administrator's responsibility to make certain staffing determinations for your school. And those determinations include which teachers to retain, which teachers to non-renew, and which teachers to recruit. And though those recommendations in the district our size are still going to the superintendent, those aren't people that he can actually have day-to-day observations of day in and day out. So he's relying upon his administrative team at the building in terms of their recommendations for retention and recruitment of teachers.
Are you done? Okay, sure.
I guess this is just kind of clarification on our job here today and like the standard. So I know the standard emphasizes that this is not a good and just hearing. This is whether the superintendent's decision was arbitrary and capricious, which I said there was like some language before. It's like whether this evidence was a lie. Was this evidence true? And so my question is, evidence that was presented, is that evidence just from the principal that started in November, or is that also evidence from before?
Yeah, so the collection of attendance information is obviously a collection across multiple years. The evidence that I was referring to as related to the developing score, that's evidence that was collected over several years. The evidence regarding regarding grades being submitted untimely and the consistent need to reinforce getting grades in on time and having those done, that was predominantly obtained from the existing administrator who started in November.
Dr. Williams?
Just one question. So when you said 6% of educators, only 6% of educators received a development score, was that all educators? Do you have the statistic? What would it be for educators in their first year?
I don't have for first year educators.
Yeah.
I can, I don't have that readily available, Steve. I can probably get it for you in short order, but.
Question, and I don't know if this is something the district could answer. What is considered chronic absent in the school department? What's considered a staff member being chronically absent?
There's no specific criteria for staff members. When I was referring to it, I was kind of borrowing the terminology that we utilize for students, which I believe is 18 days, which is considerable. Our expectations that staff would be significantly less than that, especially when you only get a few days to at the start of your career over the course of a 10-month employment rather than 12.
Got it. Okay, so really quick, really quick, can we?
There is a mandate by RIDE to report teacher chronic absenteeism, and it is the same data point. It's 10% or 18 days, and that is deemed chronically absent for teachers.
Okay. And year one, what was the numbers again for?
17
So, okay, and then year two?
24.
Thank you. So basically, the defendant here wasn't considered chronically absent year one, so we're probably just speaking about year two, or are you guys saying that's still a concern?
Oh, it's definitely still a concern. Yeah, I mean, 17 days.
One day
over the
shy
course
of
of,
10%.
yeah, over the course of a 10-month period, I think it's
You should know
significant.
they're counting half days as a full day.
They're
Go ahead.
counting
I can't-
half days as a full day.
Half days of food, okay.
That's what they're counting, half days as
If
a full
you
day.
go into my front line and look at all of my absences, my half days are counted as full days.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Chairman.
I just want to say that, what can you do next? I just want to say to Charles, to the district, I'm not convinced. I think that the way you guys treated him is completely wrong. As a board member, I'm going to continue to fight to keep effective and good teachers. I don't know if I can make a motion.
As long as there are no other questions, I just want
Are there any other questions?
did everyone, I just want to make sure that all the, has everyone on the, John?
Well,
I have
before,
nothing further.
no,
Wants to make a motion.
Chairman, I'm making a motion to reject the superintendent's recommendation for this non-renewal.
so we have a motion to reject the superintendent's recommendation for this non-renew made by Chairman Mahigable. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Chairman Jones. Any discussion about this item? Clerk, please call the roll.
Hughes?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the motion is to reject the superintendent's
Yes, ma'am.
recommendation?
To non-10-year, what was it, am I saying it right, to non-10-year?
To
make a
reject the
recommendation?
recommendation of the superintendent not to renew the teaching contract.
No,
To not renew.
I'm saying no to rejecting the recommendation.
Jones?
Yes.
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 As soon as you report it, can you just report it, and then we'll move on to the next case?
Hughes, nay. Jones, yay. Williamson, nay.
Yeah.
Yay, I'm sorry. Stevens, yay. Mahoney, yay. Silverio, yay. And Maria, yay.
How many is that? Yay, nay?
2 nays, and the rest are all yay.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We'd like to move on to the Would like to call up these ones? Sure. Legal counsel, could you advise us?
There's nothing new, I wouldn't have anything different to say. I think this is the next candidate. I think there are only two. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay.
Okay, we'll start with Mr.
Mr. President, the recommendation for non-renewal of teacher Sam Wallace is based upon a continued struggle to complete the job duties expected of teachers. Really, and in essence, there is considerable concern about the state of the Del Sesto Library during the course of the 24-25 school year. And I have pictures that I could show you, but after repeated instruction to actually set up the library for students, which continued throughout the fall and into early spring of this school year, the library continued not to be a place of instruction or a suitable place of instruction for students. So I'll share with you some photos, just so you can understand.
We're not supposed to, this isn't a document, this isn't a document.
You're right.
So that we can't show.
Legal counsel is.
I'm not sharing them as, I'm not offering them as evidence, I'm just showing
You're
you.
offering documents.
Legal
I would
counsel.
suggest that that's not a procedure.
Really quick, legal counsel, can you?
can show the documents, they're not gonna be introduced into evidence.
What's the point of showing if they're not, if they're not?
Well, that's,
Take a look at
I mean, don't really take my word for
Well, I mean,
anything I have to say, so I mean.
What's
I
the
think
problem?
just-
Why would you object to it?
I'm objecting because this is not a documentary hearing. So you keep, now he's introducing documents. He's saying, I'm not going to make them a full exhibit, but I'm gonna have the whole committee look at them.
I have a whole bunch of emails I could have submitted.
I mean,
I got a whole bunch. Do you want me to go print some?
This is a bad precedent. You know, Sarah, that this is not the evidentiary hearing.
Okay, if you could explain what is depicted in these pictures.
Sure.
We'll withhold them from the board.
Y'all already have them. I've submitted testimony to you for years.
If you could describe
Sure, so
use words, no pictures.
I'll try my best. So continuing through the period of March of this school year, the state of the Del Sesto Library was not a place for instruction of students. There was construction that occurred within the library over the course of the summer, and beginning with the fall, there were repeated efforts to ask Teacher Wallace to get the library in some type of order so that it could be a place used for instruction for students. Through that time, those efforts were unsuccessful until ultimately a district administrator was sent to Del Sesto to actually set up the library instead. And when asked for support from Teacher Wallace in collaboration, there was no response to the email that administrator sent. I have that document as well. So really, and then there's, in addition to the state of the library, there was concerns regarding just general classroom management and student safety. So there's repeated use of phones in the library by Del Sesto students who would tell assistant principals that they're allowed to utilize them here. And during that time, Teacher Wallace was present, but wouldn't speak or redirect the students who were utilizing the phone until spoken to by the AP. In addition to that, there was an event where there was concern about students being summoned to the library rather than actually being in their classroom where they were supposed to be. They were directed over PA systems to come to the library, interfering with their instructional time in an effort to, I guess, surprise them of the status of Teacher Wallace's continued employment with the district, which, frankly, is an adult matter and should not be the basis for the dialogue with students, especially the students during instructional time. So really those are the bases for the recommendation, the existing state of the library, the use of instructional time with students in an inappropriate way, and the inability to manage students while in the library. I think those are the concerns of the administrative team there. They're documented. As I indicated, I have photos here that would demonstrate that. In addition to that, there's also attendance-related concerns. During the course of this year, there's 17 absences for Teacher Wallace. So, similar concerns as it relates to that as Teacher Schluter. And that is the basis for the recommendations.
I think, did you say the 17 absences this year?
Yes.
Could you just specify when Teacher Wallace began? I think we have.
Yeah, so let's see right there. I believe this is, I think this is Sam's third year in the district, so this is her.
There.
This is their tenure year. So this is the third
They
year.
began 22, 23, 23, 24 was year 2, and 24, 25
Correct.
is this year. And the absences that you just described was
This
in
year.
24, 25.
Correct. Mr. Dismal?
Yes. First of all, it's amazing that they're doing construction in the library and they're trying to blame Ian for the way the library looks. It's actually amazing. But the construction started in June of 2023 and it went through October of 2024. And during that period of time, Sam did the best she could with the library, but there were construction issues in the library. I would
Well,
point,
to clarify, I wasn't in the library.
right.
I was in the classroom. I had no access to the space, and I was never told when construction came in.
So she wasn't able to be in the library because of the construction. And I would point out to the board, she started out as a school culture coordinator. Her last evaluation was 3.69, which was a very good evaluation. She's had 230 students. She's part of a student safety plan, which means if a student is in crisis, she's one of the people, she has the credentials for the student to meet with her and secure the crisis for the student. She's been very dedicated. And again, this is the same school where the principal left, started after Thanksgiving in November. So the very end of November, the principal started. Sam was never given any type of guidance by the principal. The principals never went in the library, as far as Sam knows, never talked to Sam, never gave her any type of guidance or any question.
We did meet, and I was told to put the books on the shelves, and I asked for specific goals. Putting books on the shelves, as I've submitted testimony to y'all multiple times, requires organization. The last time that the library had an inventory was 10 years ago. These are books coming out that have the N-word in them. I can't put them on the shelves randomly. When I asked, because other buildings went through construction, I was the only librarian asked to submit plans to the district. No other librarians were asked to do that. I had no feedback on my plans, and I only have, at most, 3 hours a week to do anything related to library, which includes checking out books.
And in fact, they gave you two conflicting recommendations. One, they said to put books on the shelves, and then they said, do a battle of the books program, which is conflicting with each other. She wrote an email saying, which is it that you want to do? And they never responded.
I got directions from Tracy Boothman to put books on the shelves. Tracy Boothman showed up in my class while I was teaching, while I was covering the class, to meet with me. I had no prior understanding that a meeting was occurring, and said, hey, what do you need? And I was like, I don't know, I'm covering the class right now. What do you mean by me? Who are you? What's going on?
Point of clarity, who's Tracy?
Great question. I mean, the organizational chart at the time hadn't been updated. I literally didn't know who this person was. And when I asked what their job title was, they said, I don't know, coordinator, director, special projects, I'm not sure. The organizational chart has been updated since June 9th, but it previously hadn't been updated before that. So I researched. I went into Outlook and said, who's this person? Why are they telling me to put books in the library?
Really quick, Lisa Moore, can you just, who
Tracy
is?
Boothman was the administrator that I just spoke to that came to actually set up the library in March.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, I would suggest to the board that this is really an unfair recommendation. Sam was put in a situation where there was a library under construction. There was a new principal who came late November, and she was getting conflicting directives what to do with the library. And she's been a dedicated teacher, and as you can tell, her students love her. And it's been, you know, a real tough pill to swallow when you have a recommendation to non-renew a teacher based on a library that's under construction. It just makes no sense. And I would submit, one of the things that they said at the beginning was, you know, the teacher evaluations, their evaluation is 3.69. So why are you non-renewing this particular teacher? What is the impetus of it? How did the non-renewal process even stop? So I would suggest that, again, you should not accept the recommendation of the superintendent in this case.
No, I think I've described the basis for the recommendation. The construction conceitedly ended in October. Throughout the period of October through March, it was not an appropriate learning space.
How many weeks are between October and March?
Do the math for me if you like. As it relates to the, going forward, teachers usually use their own time to set up their classrooms. Setting up your classroom or your work environment is not something that's unique to librarians. That happens annually because the teachers have spent a considerable amount of time on their own to actually set up their classroom environment. So I think that's part of the expectation that you would have of any educator.
I did work for free by myself on Saturdays all the time. Constantly.
And I would suggest if the construction got completed sometime in October, the recommendation of the impetus of the non-renewal at the beginning of that process started probably sometime in December, because it had to come before the board sometime in January. So that principal who newly came to the building, that's the notice, but the process begins well before that. That new principal initiated that process based on a library that was under construction only a month before the principal even got there. I mean, to me, talk about arbitrary and capricious. Can you get any more arbitrary and capricious? Do you want to share anything before I take a vote?
I just wanted to make sure that nobody had any additional questions before you vote.
Nothing further.
Any questions?
Was there any information from the prior principal that informed this particular recommendation and or and I did not ask this in the previous conversation, but I'll ask this now. I understand that there was principal turnover. Was there turnover are there assistant principals within the Del Sesto building? And also, was there turnover or not for the transformation officer or the person tasked with supervising the principal as a position, not the
Not as to the transformation officer, I don't believe that, and I believe the key was the same. No change over the assistant principal, right? So, yeah. I don't believe there was a change in the assistant principal.
Okay, so just to be clear, so while there was turnover with the primary building administrator, the human person there was continuity directly above and directly below that position. Yes, is that what you're saying? For both transformation officer and assistant principal, as far as you can answer in this moment.
To the best of our knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge in this moment, thank you. And clarifying, I think we've been through this, but the timeline of the construction as part of the brand new media centers that the district was able to accomplish across the district in many of our elementary and middle schools, that this project started in June 2023 and was completed on or around October 2024. And the district administrator came in March of 2025, and that is when
November of 24.
No, the district administrator came in March 2025.
Correct. To
set up the classroom. Okay.
They came 2 days before I got a non-renewal. I had 3 people show up.
But was that March? I'm asking about the date.
No, it was February 11th. Because I got non-renewed on February 13th, 14th. Thank you. It was February 12th.
But not for purposes of setting up the classroom.
That was the reason.
But the classroom still wasn't set up until March.
I can read you the email I sent you. In response to there was no response. Here was my response. Hey all, thanks for this update and apologies for my delay in presenting this plan. The timeline is linked here with a working task list and additional tabs. So I included an Excel document with a timeline and then a task list. I wanted people to understand that this took time. I have at most 2 to 3 hours of open library time each week to check in books, maintain the space, assist students with questions, and begin reading. I've also been tasked for my district library supervisor, third, to run the Battle of the Books program. During this time, I will connect to Ms. Boothman, third, and Principal Ferranti on an additional email chain to best understand how I should prioritize these few hours. I want to stress to leadership that the library is running beautifully. Students are checking out books on our genre-fied shelves, we're using the space for high school applications, and there's utilization of technology and positive learning environments among countless other contributions to the community. As the construction of the library was not communicated to me, I'm unsure what awaits me in the library boxes. Del Sesto was without a librarian for 2 years, and when I reopened the library, I was unable to complete an inventory. As such, the current library inventory date is almost 10 years, last completed in 2017. I sent this email a bit ago. At that time, the average publication year was 1998. This means a lot of work is ahead of me in putting the books on the shelves. It seems from Ms. Boothman's communication that other schools had other library renovations, had paid teams of volunteer staff who shut down the library from classes with coverage. If this is an option the district can support with, that would be wonderful. I'm going to continue reading the email. As a result, I received 1 day of coverage with untrained district folks. Third, Tracy and Dr. Edwards came in to help me show. They don't know libraries. I had to train 3 volunteers. I had 5 hours to set up a space that is, I don't know, y'all, bigger than this space?
Bigger than
Right?
this.
Yeah, bigger than this space, right? Thousands of books, thousands. Adding books to the shelves is not an end goal in a library. A library requires constant addition and subtraction as part of regular library work. Please let me know if there is a clear end goal spatially that I should work towards. And I have conversations with my admin. Is there a shelf you need me to set up? I can set up a shelf. Is there a wall you need me to set up? Like, is this to show that the construction is done? I'm happy to do that. Tell me what you need. And it was no, books on the shelves. Please know that for each book to house in Del Sesto, there's a process to add it back into the collection. I literally have to scan every book, y'all, to ensure it has a spine label, barcode, address label, and update for the file in the Destiny Follett system. In order to do that, I need a budget, because I need book tape, and I need genre stickers, and I need barcode labels. I have no budget. I haven't had a budget in years. I bought those things. I have to do a process to remove it. We have to remove all stickers. We have to stamp it with a discard stamp. Again, this is a library professional standard advised by the American Library Association. This is a national library standard. While the task list to getting the books on the shelves may be short, the process itself is long. I also want to connect district staff Tracy Boothman III as I am receiving additional expectations of my time running the Battle of Books program. I kind of repeated myself, I'm sorry. I have additional plans to use the paid hours with additional unpaid Saturdays when I can. I need guidance of how to track and submit these hours for payment, please, and the exact number of paid hours I have available. I never received a written notification of how many paid hours I could have or how to submit those hours. I still don't know. I'm gonna write my clerk a note. I would like to note that I was unaware I had a meeting scheduled with Ms. Boothman. In the future, if the district staff needs to meet with me, I would appreciate having coverage, as I was not able to speak with Ms. Boothman clearly, as I had coverage for Mr. Dietz's room on 121, and many students were asking for assistance in the library, which interrupted our conversation. Let me know if there are questions. I appreciate your support. I had no response to this email. I sent this email on January 24th.
Thank you for that additional context. That is a very comprehensive email.
Thank you.
I want to pivot. There was something else that Mr. Rogerio shared that I wanted to get clarification on, either from them or a response from Teacher Wallace or their counsel. You mentioned something around classroom management and safety concerns talked with the phones, that's a separate topic. I don't want to ask too much about. I'm concerned about, can you tell me more about the students being directed to the library during other instructional times?
Sure.
And specifically, you said that that was potentially specific to discussing teacher Wallace's employment. Can you talk more about that?
Sure. So, before I do that, I just want to follow up on the point you were mentioning before. If I could just briefly, so just in terms of clarification as it relates to the setting up of the library itself, we have emails within the February break period asking them to go and set up the room during any period that could possibly work. Those emails went unheeded, prompting the continued status of the library to still have all of these books in boxes as of March 18th, just shoved in corners with empty shelves, which is what prompted Ms. Boothman to come to the library and then set up the actual books within the library. So, and now they are in fact set up.
I wish you did that, trust.
And I would point out, March, the decision to non-renew happened well before. Well,
Yeah, but the library still wasn't set up at the time of the decision. So, as it relates to your concern regarding the classroom, there was just a specific incident where it was mentioned over the PA system that students were to report to the library. This, I think, was during the morning I think, in either late March or April regarding that event. And directly during instructional time to just report to the library instead of reporting to the classes that they were supposed to report to. So I don't know if there's.
That is untrue. That is untrue. And also, why is all this evidence being presented against me after this decision?
Yeah.
No, I'm the most exploited employee. I didn't work for it.
I was just gonna point out, as Cindy just did, you're looking at a decision that was made sometime in December, January. They're bringing up things that occurred in March and after that, which tells you they didn't have any reason to not use the teacher.
Right.
That's the point.
We've gone through our presentation. I've given you the basis for the good recommendation.
Yes, really quick, is there any other board members that have comments?
So just, then let me be more direct with this question. Was there a time in which, can I direct my question to the teacher, or do I need to direct it?
You could ask the teacher.
This is, yeah, okay. I just want to do it right. So do you dispute the fact, or do you dispute the assertion that there was a time that you solicited student feedback about your employment situation? And if so, how was testimony collected in support of asking the board to overturn the non-renewals that we heard tonight?
Rephrasing the question. I don't really understand.
Okay, so we heard from district council that in March, they have information that says that students were called to the library without reason.
And I pause you there.
Yeah.
The students were not called.
Okay,
And
so-
I have a text exchange with my principal.
Okay.
I had a meeting.
But that's not what my question is now. So my question
Okay,
is,
so
was
separately.
there a time at all, whether that occurred or not, was there a time at all when you solicited student testimony in support of overturning your non-renewal?
There was a time when I told my students that I was fired because I work at Del Sesto and I teach the siblings of my students. And that's really important for them to know that I'm not leaving them.
Okay.
Chairman Mankey?
Sam, this is just to me personally, a personal opinion. I think that you are an amazing teacher, amazing brilliant and you did an amazing and I really believe that you go above and beyond for our students. I mean, you just shared that you even volunteer your weekends, to make sure things get done. If there's no other questions.
I have one, but I'm gonna go back. Chairwoman Scenario.
This is about the email that you read out. You said you had sent it out in January. And the construction finished in October.
Yeah, I mean, I can read the email I responded to.
Is there a reason? Did they tell you between October and January a date, or was there a reason that you waited until January to give that plan?
Yeah, I mean, so the plan itself wasn't requested until a couple weeks prior. This email is responding to the email that said I had no response to. This is my response to that email that was sent from Tracy Boothman. So hold on, I gotta, let me find out, let's see. Okay, so it was 2 weeks later. She sent January 9th. Hi Sam W, I am working to help with redesign for the district and I was wondering if you could let me know what resources you need to get the books in the library shelf. I've reached out to another middle school librarian, Jim Barrett, to see what help he may be available. He may be in touch in the past couple days. In the meantime, I believe that Kayla and Sam are willing to work with you to scout resources. I actually had, embarrassingly, a draft of this email because I didn't really know how to explain to Tracy like what was going on. And then I also was like, I don't know, like I want to default to Third because Third is my library supervisor and Third is asking me to run Battle of the Books. So I don't want to overstep because as you can kind of see, this is a tricky one to navigate. So I was like, I don't want to respond to her without responding to to make sure that Third knows what I'm doing because I have 3 hours a week. So I drafted almost the same email. And I just asked for patience and a hold.
To answer your question, though, she responded to January 9th.
Yeah, I guess that's it. It
That's
was
the
January
timeline.
9th is when they told, that's the first time they told
January
her
9th
to
is
stop
the
the
first, and I actually am responding to January 23rd email, so I feel better. Hi Sam, I'm sending you Mr. Barrett's ideas for the library. I've had success with similar recruitment. I hope this helps. I've included Jim Barrett and the Bishop. So Jim's ideas were reach out to volunteers. How about you get parents? And then in that email chain, it talks about how the reason that Jim was able to set up his library because he had paid Follett employees. It said, just a quick note for now, those were Follett employees with time left over on a contract with the district to set up the renovated library meeting centers for elementary. So they had paid people to set that up, and that's awesome.
I think so. So are we saying there's a safety concern? Is that what we're saying?
I did mention a single incident where there was a safety concern for students being unaccounted for, coming to the library on that particular date. I mentioned in late March, that was a concern that they were unaccounted for.
Unaccounted for in the way of, you're saying?
Not where they were supposed to be. They were directed to come to the library with the PA system. They weren't with their assigned teacher.
From the PA system?
Yes.
Who made that announcement?
My understanding was,
I never
yes,
made an
Teacher
announcement
Walls.
for kids to come to the library.
Okay, and then they're concerned about attendance.
Yes, just in the last part of this year. This is their 3rd year, but this year, Teacher Walls has been out at 17 absences.
All right, how many years is Sam?
This is their 3rd year.
All right, and then the past 2 years, what was the?
Attendance was not a problem the past 2 years. I have no attendance being an issue.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have everything. Cell phones, is that something as well that was a concern? For
Yeah,
you?
the use of cell phones in the classroom environment was a concern identified by the administrator.
Got it, okay. What kind of concern was it? Was
Just not addressing it being rampant, not having any redirection.
I've been removed from elementary school for a very long time now. What am I talking about? Middle school as well.
Elementary too, but yes.
So middle school, is that like part of a class library? Is that like,
Yes.
okay, and what do what's taught there? I'm so sorry.
There's like state standards. I mean, when I say teach 233 kids, like I teach for a full, like I need you to think of me as an art teacher. I don't have library time, you guys. I give instruction. We read books, we do graphic novels, we do photography assignments, we do media literacy, which is why sometimes the kids are a lot on their phones. I have a very clear cell phone policy. You can ask any of my colleagues. One warning, you put it away. Second warning, I take it. If you argue with me when I take it, I call an administrator, I drop it off downstairs, you get at the end of the day. You can ask any of my kids that.
Okay. Is that everything? Is there any other board members?
Just to cover like absences too, like I've taken all my 6 days and my personal days. I got 3 days for inventory, which they are counting as part of my absences. I took one professional day to go to the Rhode Island's library conference. That counts as part of my absences. There's like a field trip day in there that counts as part of my absences. And I'm sorry, I took all my days, you guys.
All right.
There's no other board member comment. I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to reject your superintendent's recommendation for this non-meeting.
So there's been a motion made by Chairman Mahibu to reject the superintendent's recommendation on the honoring of Samantha Wallace. Is there a second? There's been a second made by Board Member Mendoza. Is there any discussion? All right. Requires a roll call vote. Clerk, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Jones,
Yes.
Williamson,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Mahankable,
Yes.
Silverio, Mendoza. One no, and the rest were all yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why don't we just want to report out on the status of the other matter?
Oh, the other matter was settled.
So the other matter that was scheduled for executive session was settled.
Wasn't there two?
There were two.
The other person, wasn't coming.
The other
At last minute, she decided to just have the hearing at right.
Got it, okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Motion.
But before you do, you're gonna get we need to just follow up on next steps.
Okay.
So, I will draft a letter from you, President, to RIDE, describing the results of, separate letters describing the results of each, and transmit them, probably not till Friday. But you'll be signing the vote, the letter.
And I'll be copied on that, so.
And you'll be copied, yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? Motion's been made by Chairman Meagle. Is there a second? Second's been made by Chairman Jones. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any noes? Any abstention? Motion passes. Thank you.
Yes.